Welcome to my world. Come on in and make yourselves at home. Welcome to my life. I know everything's gonna be all right. Welcome to my world. Oh, won't you come on in? Welcome to my life. It's known as the Tiger's Den. Greetings to all of my subscribers. I want to thank you for being with me for as long as you have, and the new subscribers that's coming on in. We want to say greetings and thank you for your time. This is from Toothless and the moderators. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. This is the voice of Cheryl, and I am Toothless Tiger. Thank you for being here, and please hit the like button if you forgot to hit the like upon entering the chat. Maybe you want to wait to hear what I have to say before you hit the like. And that's understandable too. But we're back. I'm back. I feel a lot better. Much, much better. And this stuff that's been going on with YSL, it's really disheartening for me. As a mother of an Asiatic son, a sister of Asiatic brothers, a daughter of an Asiatic father, an aunt of Asiatic nephews, cousin to Asiatic male cousins. And I'm talking about males because that's how we know this system was built. By abusing our men. There seems to be a division with us women and men in our community, and we seem to blame each other. That's one of the things that the system does. And if you go and think about it, everything you operate in is a system of some sort. So when we say the system, you have to really start questioning yourself and wondering, which system are we speaking of? because the plan to keep us separated, divided, and never coming together is in operation. And it started with the idea of suppressing the woman. And the reason you would suppress the woman is because she is the giver of life. Being the giver of life, she is the first teacher. She's the nurturer. She's the one that helps you build whomever you're going to be. So if you don't get the proper nurturing and love and care from the onset, you could even say the outset, which is the beginning, then that sets the stage and the tone for who you become throughout your life. And nothing is significant in life if you don't know who you are and have love for self. Now you may wonder, why am I being so philosophical? Because we're in a crisis. And the saddest thing about it is most of us as Asiatic Africans don't understand is that we are prisoners of war. And my voice is going in and out, so I guess I'm kind of losing my voice. But we're prisoners of war. And no matter how free they say we are, they being a system, we're not. Look at what's happening in Atlanta. And it happens all over the United States. Greetings, Asatar. The thing that's good about it, though, is that we're getting to see it in real time. And many of us are not paying attention. We're so busy trying to be the best this and the best that, not by our own work ethics. We're trying to be the best all of these things because we don't want you to make it. It has nothing to do with our desire to be a better person for ourselves. And that breaks my heart. When I see things that go on in the metaverse and people say that it's just YouTube, it's just nothing is serious. Real people with real pain and real life situations come to YouTube for whatever reason they come, and they get to YouTube and then say it's not real. That's how we've been living life. It's not real. We've seen these people in this courtroom in Atlanta, and they're talking about the longest running trial in history. I saw this young man's City Nash video that he did earlier today. I thought it was a great video, similar to one that I've done almost a month ago. He talked about the political ramifications of this case. And he took it back to where I've been since I got interested in this case. And that's to the prosecution of the educators in Atlanta. And I thought that was very interesting because I've been talking about that for a long time. Like I said, since I started looking at this case, when I first got interested, I wanted to learn everything I could about Fonnie Willis. And I went back and I started. She was a little probably a little younger and probably not in the DA's office with the Atlanta child unalivers. But I was looking for cases, and then I found her on the teacher's case, the educators. Who would prosecute educators? Well, the guy Paul Howard was there, and she was under him, but she was the chief prosecutor in that case. Now, she stated that originally they were not going to prosecute. Something changed their minds. Again, I always state in my profession, when I was a person that worked under an employer, we were taught to follow the money. And if you can follow the money, you'll find whatever you're looking for as you go backwards to the beginning. Corruption, corruption, corruption. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. These young men are being what I call a modern day lynching right before the world. And we're not outraged as a people. It's not just about Free Young Thug because he's a great musician and I just love his music. But it's about human decency. And I don't know if you guys recall, but I've shared with you all the United Nations Human Rights Act. You know, we all have unalienable rights just as human beings. And then I went down the line of what those rights were. And they kind of touch in alignment with the Constitution for the United States when we speak to the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 14th Amendment. And all of those things is that we have a right not to be searched. We have a right to not to self-incriminate. We have a right to be heard by a jury of our peers. We have a right to counsel in a criminal offense. We have a right not to suffer cruel and unusual punishment. We also have a right to due process of law. Then we have to look at what is law. The jurisprudence is where law comes from. And jurisprudence is the science of law. Law is a body of principles that encompasses the human anatomy as it relates to nature. Hey, Angie, why I don't see your wrench? I thought I gave you a wrench. Could have sworn I gave you a wrench last night. Maybe I didn't. But that was my intent. And again, anybody that I give a wrench, you know, if you don't want it, just let me know. Because it's no big deal. It's just that I appreciate anybody that support me and at least participate in the chat and stuff. And so I want you to have the same authority as the people that are very dear to me. And, you know, you can drop links. You don't drop links. That's fine, good and well, because I can drop links too. And I do. I think it's just a thing that we all have to learn as the people. Until we start supporting one another in whatever way that we can support, we're never going to be better people. We don't seem to understand that a nation cannot rise higher than we see our women. Our women don't seem to know that a lot of the things that's going on in our communities is because our fear and our lack of protection of what we say we protect most, and that's our children. Because we are not taught politics and true religion, then we don't understand. So we are at odds, not only with our sons and daughters, but we're in odds with ourselves. And it's very hard for us to reconcile. But we're going to have to make this thing different. And we're going to have to do it in love, in peace, in truth, in justice, and in freedom. We're going to have to adopt those principles for real. And if we don't know what those words mean, we need to look them up. Because what's happening before us, everyone knows, according to all law that we've heard of, in this place, you're innocent until proven guilty. These men have been violated in every way that you can. Number one, they were denied bond. They have a right to bond. They have a right to a speedy trial. But when you have hungry politicians, and when you have people of a status that's above most, then they can manipulate the science of jurisprudence. Because the way this lady have turned the violations that the prosecutions has made, the way she have turned them into little nothings, is criminal itself. But no one is sounding the alarm. Everybody on YouTube almost that cover these court cases have become, if not by claim, by conversation, legal experts, including myself, which of course I came here speaking on law, that I know. And you can get tangled up, because if you don't answer the way someone expects for you to answer, then for them, you're not credible. But you must first look at the one that's measuring you, because they may not be credible in their measurements. That's why one of my favorite sayings is, to thine own self be true. And if you're true to yourself, you'll be true to everybody. And when I began to learn that it's so much that we were not taught, and we can't really have intelligent conversations about nothing, not in the manner in which we know, because we don't know nothing. We have an idea, but it's so much that was kept from us in this education system. And now they have people talking about, oh, I got to vote for this person because they want to take away education. Well, just tell me what you know. What did they teach you about economics? What did they teach you about true finance? About the fiat system, the Federal Reserve System, What did they teach you about politics? What did they teach you about agriculture and horticulture and astrology? What were you taught? And if you're real honest, there are probably a few of us that got to learn those subjects. But if you're real honest, the curriculum of the school systems then and now does not call for us to learn those things. And if you don't study history and law together, your concept is going to be wrong. And you're not going to be able to really have an intelligent conversation. Because it is politics, and I've said it. And when I heard him say it, I just kind of chuckled. Because it's good to hear confirmation. And I truly believe we all look at each other's things and take something from each other, but we all come with our own mind and our own thoughts. Everybody is not less than honorable. Some of us are very honorable and integral people, and we work very hard to try to bring the best content to our audience. Unfortunately, I've learned many people don't like truth. They don't like honesty and accountability for themselves. Okay, I know I thought I did. I couldn't remember. I could have sworn I did. But I had a long night because I finished my other video for the other channel. And then I've been hooked on these movies. There are a lot of Koreans and Chinese. And I've been looking at these movies on YouTube. And, they're all love stories, so to speak. But if you start watching them from the beginning to end, there are so many life lessons that culturally came from us as a people. But we were the only people, and this is what the world won't acknowledge. And when I say the world, I'm talking about this world of this system here in America. And people outside of these borders, they truly know the truth. But we've been so indoctrinated as a people. We will almost beat you down if you try to teach us truth. Because we want to hold on to what Grandma said or Papa said. And what they got was from what they grandma and Papa said. And if we trace back through history, we've only had civil rights since 1964. Before 64, take it to 63, back to early 1900s. Well, I guess you can really take it back to the 1800s. Maybe about 1880, somewhere in that area. We were under Jim Crow and the Christian Black Codes. And before that, then we were, of course, from what the story says, under slavery. And before we became free, there was no such thing as police. There was no such thing as it. They came about when we got our freedom. And they called them the slave patrols. Even though we were free. Then they moved to the Pinkerton Agency. And I know y'all got to remember the Pinkerton Agency because it used to be on some TV show. And right now, the name of the show is eluding me, but the Pinkertons. And then we moved from the Pinkertons to the gangs of New York. Then from the gangs of New York, we developed the FBI, the CIA, and you know, those alphabet boys. All of it goes back to politics and us not knowing politics. We're so far removed from the truth, and we have so many arguments that we shouldn't even be contemplating or having. And those movies that I look at, believe it or not, shows me every day the injustices. You know, we used to think if you were like me, I don't know about everybody, but if you were like me, we used to think it was wrong for them to tell about they set their marriages up. But they set them up for a reason. Because you want generational wealth. So you make your child with a family that is honorable, supposedly. Let's go with the supposed. They're supposed to be honorable and successful. And as we love to say, got it out the mud. Started from the bottom, now we're here. And so if you put two dynamic families together and all of these people own their own conglomerations, because they don't just have corporations, they have conglomerates, because they have hundreds of billions of dollars. Then you start thinking back to your everyday life and you hear about the hundreds and billions of dollars that this so-called government give to people outside of this nation of people. And see, a nation has to do with nativity. So we have to first know then, where's our nation? Because they want to just put us all together and say we a melting pot. That's bull. That's not true. We can operate coming together. But we first got to identify. And we have no right identity. I don't care how you holler, you black and you proud. Black is civilly dead in the eyes of the law. And if you don't understand the court system and know that the reason why all of your documents, that's how you relate to the court, you can't go in there and start talking to no judge. It doesn't work that way. The way you move the court is through a piece of paper. And if you don't understand the dynamics, see, we don't know all the trickery. And there is trickery. Because one thing I know that we were not taught was linguistics. Now, a lot of people, and they can say that they have all the knowledge of the English language. I would beg to differ with them. If you're not looking up words, and if you're not going back to the etymology of the word, and if you don't know about morphology and phonology, then I would tell you that you can't read or write. And I don't mean that you haven't learned how to formulate alphabets and speak them. I'm not saying that. There is meaning inside of the meaning. My voice is going in and out because I said there is meaning inside of the meaning. And if you don't know the language, you will never know you missed it. This lady took all of those motions that those attorneys who are working tirelessly and very, I would say, I almost want to make up a word that they're working so hard for these young men. And you know, we seem to think that the lawyers get paid and they sell you out. Excuse me. It has nothing to do And I'm not saying people don't get paid and don't get sold out. But if you understood the law, then you would know that they know things that you don't know. And it's not a matter of selling you out. It's knowing what to put on that paper. You see, because there's a thing called Brady, and I've never heard so many people speak on Brady violation. And Brady is a case law. You could call it stare decisis. And stare decisis are cases that have been decided and will not be disputed throughout every state. And Brady is one that helped the judge make the decision in the Alec Baldwin trial, when the prosecutor did the right thing, put herself on the stand, and had to disclose to the judge that they hid information that was germane to the case. It made a difference in how the person that was being accused was going to be affected. So the judge immediately, he didn't wait. He didn't poll the jurors. She didn't ask nobody's opinion because she's the judge. She declared a mistrial with prejudice, meaning double jeopardy attaches if they try that again. And you can't do that. This new judge, and they worked very hard to get Judge Glanville off this case. And we've seen it for those of us who have been looking at this trial. And some of you have been looking at it from the beginning. I just started looking at it this year as I was following Fani Willis on the Donald Trump case. And to see her come in that courtroom and totally disrespect every Asiatic woman that was ever born and that has ever bore children, and to have women talking about that they really love what she did and she was a sister girl and I just felt like she was telling them how she feel. That's not the place to do all that, and I don't care who you are. And then she prides herself on being the top law enforcement officer in the state, and she is. So rightfully so, she can claim that. But just look at what her position is doing to these young men and many, many more. And those that they're not prosecuting. These people are supposed to be so dangerous. And I think last week or week before last, redid a video to show y'all the name of the supposed to have been the most notorious gang in Atlanta. And that was just as early as 2018, I don't know what the year is, but it was the DFW. We've never heard of the gang, the DFW. They're giving us gangs and they're calling them hybrid gangs. Hybrid is not real, just like we get colorable law. We don't get jurisprudence. If we did, these young men wouldn't be in this situation. Hey, Kelly, these young men wouldn't be in the situation that they're in now. But like I said, this is political because when Fani, and what really gets me is how nobody ever speaks about Fani hiring her father, whose name is John Floyd, which holds the same name as the RICO expert, Just so happened one is Asiatic and the other is European. And the one that's European is the one who holds the prestigious title. He almost invented the state RICO laws because he had tried so many federal. And he's done an exorbitant amount of research. And so he helped write the book on Georgia state RICO charges, which is written with a broad reach over the federal statute. And the legislature did it that way. That's why I try to get people to understand how important it is when casting a vote. It starts locally because you need to know who you're putting in the position to make the so-called laws that governs you. Because if you're not careful there, then who sits in that 10-mile radius of the United States of America makes no difference to you. And it may sound like that, what are you talking about? Where are you going with this? I just need people to start really getting serious about what's really happening to us. As a people, we're not going to ever be any better. We won't even come together and try to help each other. I ain't talking about just working together. I'm talking about learning. Because, some people, it's just like doing taxes. And Lord knows I don't know everything and know a whole lot about doing no taxes. My job was to collect taxes. But most people, just to see IRS get so nervous and scared, they can't even function mentally, intellectually, when they receive a notice from them. But that's how a lot of people feel about law. And it's written in what they call legalese, which is a special language that was written for those that practice the craft. And they use the feudal system, which we're not supposed to be under the feudal system, but most of us don't even know what a feudal system is. But that's a system of licenses and fees and dues. And you know how people used to always say, at least the elderly, most of us are going on to the other side. So a lot of the younger people don't know anything about the statement I'm about to make. But remember how people used to always tell about you ain't paid your dues. They get mad at you when you come on a job and you can comprehend because you bring your intellect and your experiences that you've had in life and your personality, and you learn the job and you do it well, and the people that's been there for years get angry at you because you may have promoted up or gotten a good bonus when they felt like you ain't paid your dues. You haven't been there long enough and you don't deserve that. That's the way people treat you in a world that they say not real. But the real world rules apply. And in the real world, we don't even know the rules. Now tell me how that happened. Some people really cover this story very well. One that I look at a lot is Katt Not Williams. I look at the Paralegal Institute of Washington, D.C. I like the way he break it down. Now, he started now coming live more. Sometimes when I see him live, I be wanting to pimp slap him. But other than that, I kind of like some of what he does. He's a student of law, but he doesn't practice. But I love the way sometimes that they break things down, especially when they just used to have the reading. But he's been going live a little bit more, and he's great. So I'm not knocking him or anything, but sometimes I could just pimp slap him for real. Thugger Daily is definitely excellent. If you know you like to read, he is the go-to man because, you know, and Kelly, believe it or not, I don't know who Thugger Daily is, but I see him as, you know how they have, and this is to go back to my movies that I've been watching, my Korean and Chinese movies that I've been watching addictively, because that's mainly what I look at. He reminds me of a little nerdy, maybe European or Oriental or something, that's very good at what he does. He says, I think he's an entrepreneur. And, you know, he has thug picture there, so nobody knows what he looks like. But he's just so cold-blooded with it, and he does it moment by moment. So does Joseph Paps. They're very good. But, yeah, that's who he reminds me of. I really would love to know who he is, because, of course, you know, he's incognito. And I think he's somewhere from here in the South or something, maybe even Texas. I'm not sure, but I read, you know, him. And, you know, he go in some of the people's chats and they be trying to get him to come up and all like that. And, you know, and he said because of his job and what he does gives him the freedom to do what he does. And it just reminds me of those people. Man, I swear my mind be going all kind of places. But he is, by far, the best. Kenny said, I like her, but she says Thugger Daily so much, I switched channels. Sorry, Kenny. Well, see, Kenny, you got to know now. I caught the game. She says Thugger Daily so much because they all have a little clique. So they are attaching themselves to Thugger Daily. If you look at the attorneys, and what I'm talking about are the European attorneys that's covering this case. I love Phil. I really do. Rachel is good. I've never heard the lawyer you knew, who is a beautiful little old young man. That young man is beautiful. I never heard him say Thugger, but the people that cover the court cases like Nez, the lead attorney, Nate the lawyer, Cedric, Nash, Seti Nash, infamous Sylvia, all of them kind of click together and support one another, which is what you should do as a community. But they all praised Thugger Daily. They all do. And he said, off of, I think it was Reddit, is how he got started. Cuff Boy, nickname, sometimes I mess his last name up. But he's from, Sweden or somewhere? Megan Cuffin, I think there's something like that is her name. Hey, so Alicia, it's good to see you. Yeah, but they Thugger Daily. Thugger. The lawyer you knew is that the beautiful one. I don't even know his name. But he and his dad put on the show sometime together. And I look at them whenever they make a video. They cover different trials. And one thing about those attorneys, they're attorneys who's showing you, like Phil says, he's showing you how the legal system is, not how you think it should be. Or how you think it may be, but it's not. The injustices it's plagued with injustices. There is no checks and balances. Now, this is the thing that get me. Everybody know why it's plagued with injustices, because everybody can admit that the people that are most disparaged in the legal system are the Asiatics. They all admit it. But you can't have a real substantive conversation about it, because then let somebody tell it they've been offended, or perhaps you gave wrong information. And when I speak, I don't give information as a matter of that I invented it and it's all knowing and all truth. It is my knowing and my truth of what I talk about and what I've seen and heard and learned from other people. And so at some point we got to take something as truth. It has to come from somewhere. It said, great making $1 out of 15 cents. It's, amazing how we won't have real conversations, meaningful conversations. And my thing is, I try to preach to people, please get with your family members and y'all just assign each other words and stuff. But, it's very hard to get with family members that don't want to get together. And a lot of people don't even know why they don't want to get together. And perhaps you have to start with the younger generation and get them to buy in, because y'all know that I truly believe that children are our future. It's a beautiful song, but that's how we started out, as children, and we was the hope of those that came before us. But this generation is one of the worst generations, and we're rearing children that have no respect for self or anyone else. And they don't understand that it's a system that they're fighting, more than one system. It's not just one system. There are so many in place that are against us. And it bothers me to no end to see people in this metaverse create systems to keep you out. That's very disturbing to me. But it happens every day. Better say, I found out so many folks' understanding are really bad. Yeah, that's true. And you communicate very well. And then you will listen. You're a good listener. You'll hear people out. So a lot of people could be a little off balance like myself. And, some things I'm just not going to even listen to. I don't care who you are. If it gets to sounding too you just got cut off. But she's very good with her listening skills. And listening skills are the great skills to have. I promise you. One of the greatest. Mine is the gift of gab, so I'm on the other end of the spectrum. But they say, if you're doing all the talking, you can't be doing no listening, and therefore you're not doing no learning. Well, it's something about my gift that affords me to do both. But I have people to tell me that I'm a great listener. And in my mind, ain't nowhere in the world I could be a great listener, because if you're talking, I'm gonna almost always cut you off. And I don't mean any disrespect. It's just something come to my mind and I'm like, ooh, and gotta get it out. But that. That's not a good way to communicate. I used to think I was a hell of a communicator. No, I probably know some words and know how to pronounce them and may even know their meaning. But great communicator I am not. Because listening is actually an art. And it's a skill that if one master, the sky could be the limit for that person. So Alicia said, if you have not already, please sub up to Toothless Tiger's new channel, which is IJE, unapologetically toothless. And IJE stands for it's just entertainment. And then my question is, right? Stuff people do and say to people that are so audacious, it's just entertainment, right? So, if I should do to you what you do to me, then it ought to be funny, right? Everybody laughing. Teddy Pendergrass has a song, the whole town's laughing at me. Silly fool, how you lose such a good thing. Well, that line don't apply. And maybe it does, because some people have really severed some good relationships. Well, of course, these people don't sever ties. Let me take that back. They fake mad at each other and hurt each other. And then they get back together to hurt other people. Again, that's a system. That's why we're not going to never rise. Because our women in secret, in the dark, in the gutter, carry out the system of masses work. That's a system. Kenny said, Toothless, do you believe the jury would choose to move forward? I do not see how they would swipe this stuff from the memories. You know, Kelly, I believe it doesn't matter really how the jury choose, because the way she wrote this stuff up, she set it up whereas when she, or if she has to do a mistrial, it's going to be a mistrial without prejudice. See, this really should have ended with prejudice, with the Brady material, but she skipped to the loo around the Brady material and then said the punishment, the sanction for these attorneys who's been practicing for 25 years, charging people hundreds of thousands of dollars, sent so many children to juvenile, because that's where Adrian Love come from, sentence a young man unto his unaliving inside the system who had special needs that she said he was faking and pretending, and so were all the doctors. These heartless, ruthless women who have aligned themselves with the women that say that they're fighting for feminist women rights, that is an oxymoron for an Asiatic woman. Because what we have to learn, anytime they claim a title and they don't put whatever the race that they call it on it, then you know they're talking about themselves. We don't have a reason to be liberated from no men. We have to be liberated from poverty, from the war that's on us, from this fake food we're eating, from the illnesses that pop up out of the sky. But I believe the jury, I don't know, Kelly. I think the jury is going to probably try to be honorable and see, because to me what they're doing is making history. And everybody want to be a part of something great. So I think that they will thug it out. It will be interesting to see. But I think some people really take the duty of jury duty to heart. And because this judge is willing to go forward, I think that they will be willing. I would hope that they wouldn't be, but then see, that would be a mistrial without prejudice, giving the state a chance to do over all the stuff they just messed up, and they've learned how they're going to do it. No, but as I was telling this story about political, you see, this judge, just like Judge Krause, these people are vying for positions that we don't know about. What do you mean? You have an attorney general, which is the highest office of the state, which many say that's the one that Fani is vying for. Then you have Supreme Court justices of the state that one or two of them are trying to get to. Then you have the appellate branch. I'm coming down. Attorney General, Supreme Court, appellate court, and then you have the superior courts where you have the chief justices, and then you come on, trickle down into the county, you have the DA with the most powerful position in law enforcement. All of it is trickery. If we would just start giving ourselves to learn what happened in 1861, if we would give ourselves to try to learn what happened in 1871, because the things that happened in those time periods directly affect us today. And a lot of things you can't say on these platforms because they control the narrative through community guidelines and terms of service. That's a way to censor. Because there is no way that I can tell you truth and then they say I'm giving out false information, but people can be on here calling you all kind of names, showing everybody in your family, talking about you like a low-down, dirty scoundrel, and that don't violate the community guidelines and the terms of service. Say they don't tolerate bullying and stalking and harassing, but when you bring it to their attention, oh, they're protected by this Good Samaritan clause, and because they are not the authors of it, nor the publishers, then it doesn't fall on them, so they can't be held liable. And then to take someone to court, because the only place that you could go then would be federal court, and it would have to be a civil matter. And when you do that, you have to meet certain criteria. The criminal injustice system is what I call it. We don't get law, we get the color of law. And as I've read many a times, color in the legal definition is artificial. It is not real. And a simulacrum. So it looks like you're getting justice, but in all honesty, you're getting injustice. Some people have it all together, and they can make decisions. They don't waver. They make few little mistakes, but that's not the majority of us as people. Most of us have not dealt with the childhood trauma that we've been dealing with our whole lives and keeping it a secret. Even if you have divulged it to some, if you haven't really dealt with it, just think of the weight that we carry around being mom or being dad and having to work and being the provider. But the little girl or the little boy inside of you is just scared as can be. But because you are depended on by so many people, you have to push that pain and that fear down, suppression, and you have to get out and do it anyway. Because if you don't do it, then it will not get done. Kelly, I think I answered your question was yes, I think that they are. It would be good to see if they don't, but I think we damned if they do, we damned if they don't, because either way, she's going to try to do the mistrial without prejudice so that she can bring it back. But the circumstances in this case is no different than the Alec Baldwin trial, and we saw that. The difference is they're in Georgia, Chocolate City, where they have a lot of positions that they want to fill with their people. Boule. These are criminal petitions. And every man is presumed innocent until proven guilty. And what I say out of my thought, my reasoning, and what I see. It saddens me how so many people are capitalizing off of this trial. But those numbers are amazing to me. And what gets me is a lot of things I covered 2 months ago and stuff. These people are just now talking about them. But they have numbers beyond measure. But they're on every day. Sometimes 2 and 3 times a day. I'm not willing to do that. I was so tired and sleepy today, I almost didn't do my own show. But I had to come and speak on it because it vexes my very insides how we're not catching the mark of what's happening to these young men. Nobody seems to want to talk about the real pain. They skirt around the issue, and perhaps it's because of the platforms. But if you listen to these people, they own every platform there is. They're milking the system of YouTube, but they're on Rumble, they're on TikTok, they own Facebook, they own Trick Track, Tick Tick, Lick Lack, whatever they got out there. These people are on it. And rightfully so. That's not a complaint or a put down. But it's just showing how they're milking the system. And because we as a people are so gullible, we think we may be highly intelligent, and we may be in our field. But when we're being attacked, psychic attack, chemical attack, spiritual attack. Kelly said it was horrible when she told Woody he could potentially go back to jail. I don't see how that's right, being that he went under Glanville. It's not right, Kelly. She kept it in. It's not right because Glanville didn't do it right. See, that's what they're skirting over the issue. I have gone over this act of immunity, the whole act. We've been covering that. It was 3 types of immunity, but with the Georgia statute, they could only give use immunity. But you will hear the attorneys saying, and the judge saying, and I know the judge know, so she lying through her teeth. And every time, it used to be when Simone Hilton was talking about it, she emphasized use immunity. Use. Well, that's all you can get with Georgia. But that's the lesser of the 3 immunities. So then they started writing in their paperwork that they had derivative immunity. And that's the second good one. And then the last one is the best, is transactional immunity. And then they said, like he had that. They don't even have the power to give those last 2. Because that's under the federal statute. And it's like, is anybody listening to these people, what they really saying? Because it's like James Brown said, a lot of them is just talking loud and ain't saying nothing. Then it say in the court system, they study how to win being dishonest. So very true. Just like police people are allowed to lie to you to get a conviction. But you can't lie. You got to come with every ounce of dignity, integrity, respect, valor, value, morals, But they can lie to you, trickery, to get a conviction. Certainly to get an indictment, the charge of what you're being accused of. Kelly says she also made it known that he was giving false information about his immunity. They are not treating him fairly either. They're not treating him fairly at all because she's taking his lawyer as a joke. She's going along with the lines with the prosecutors. But remember this. She was the one, and she knew that Melnick was his attorney because it was in her court that they had about the bond hearing during the time that they wanted to get him to be a witness in the case. And she also knows that these guys with these hard charges are not indicted on the indictment. She knows Kenneth. For everything she knows about him, it is no way he should be walking free and Jeffrey Williams locked up. And none of the other 5 people. It's no way. She knows that. She's very astute. But I was telling y'all how it all adds up. And, you know, I seen Sadie Nash video, but I've already broken this down. So I said this like I said about a month ago. All of this is political. They said that she was once considered on the short list for one of the Supreme Court justices. So if she's vying for the Supreme Court, somebody said on X, made a statement that she knows that her paperwork will never see the appellate court. But they keep telling you, you can appeal it, you can appeal it. Well, the only way you can appeal something is if you've been convicted of something. So to keep telling me I can appeal it, letting you telling me that you know I'm going to be convicted. But no, I think she's setting it up and gotten the ducks in the row and, you know, got the paperwork looking so the state don't look so stupid. And all of their mistakes are covered by the color of law because they're giving them different terms as opposed to calling them what they are, Brady violations, which were critical stage. She changed the definition for that and then went and found case law that would support her stance. People should really be paying attention. You don't have to be an attorney, but you can understand and see the operations of a thing. And this is how we get caught up. In so many systems, they all operate the same. Silent weapons for quiet wars. But I really like the way this girl break things down. And so I have a couple of videos I'm going to share with you guys. Because, you know, Brian still did a motion in limine because it was some information that Judge Glanville already ruled that was out. And Mr. Williams, Big Jeff, had already said the RICO is gone. They just doing this stuff for show. Because he ruled it out. But Adrian Love tried to get it back in. And so I have a few videos where they're going to talk about this. And I have that document. I'm going to not read it. I was going to read it, but I'm going to not read it because they're going to be reading it, so many of them, and talking about it. And one of the things that the young man from the Paralegal Institute, one of the good things that he was talking about, how people didn't catch, I believe it was how she just wrote the crime out of it. And then the punishment for these people violating these men rights under the Constitution, they just got to attend a training class. Can you imagine messing up on your job constantly, and you've been doing that job for 15 or 20 years, and you get caught messing up For real, though. And then you're told, oh, all you got to do is go to a training class. With the DA, they go to training every year anyway. We've seen that in their budget. It was very little bit spent for it, but they have training anyway. She talking about do a Brady training. Ain't that like when the police unalive one of us and they tell them they just need more training. They need more sensitivity training. No, they don't. They're not gunning down nobody else. No other group of people. Although I do know these people are getting, unalived. They're just not reporting it to the public. And that's something that we should start asking for. They talking about transparency, but it's only to a degree that they want to be transparent. Because they don't even have checks and balances. Kelly said, I believe she's trying to cover for Glanville as well. She is, because he's on a case right now, Kelly. No, they definitely trying to cover for him so that he can stay in there. See, remember I told y'all when I started out in my job, it's about follow the money. We must remember all of this is about money and power and status and position. They did cover up. That's why that Cross lady, whatever her name is, Cause or whatever her name is, that's why she did what she did. Took away all of the wrongdoing of the prosecutorial and the judicial misconduct. All of those things were misconduct. We don't hear about them being in the Asian community. The African community. Not saying that none of them have never been hurt, because that's the case that Glanville is sitting on right now. The way he messed up this case, that man shouldn't be sitting on nobody's case. But that person or those people that unalived the 8 people at the Asian massage parlor, that's the trial. Big trial is that. What it is, they're getting their name and prestige from these big, long RICO trials. So if you put your name to it, Fonnie got her fanfare from being on the educator's trial. Nobody is looking at that was so gross miscarriage of justice. There is a top first, I think she was a Supreme Justice, Asiatic woman, pristine looking and all the good fanfare of the boule. So I would say she's an AKA. She might be a Delta, but given her looks, she's an AKA, in my opinion. And they did wrong. They stole. They were thieves. So they broadened their RICO that, if you lie on a document, that's fraud, but that's also lying, moral turpitude. So they have put all of these different definitions together so that they can catch you in either area. Kenny said, and yes, that's Fit is talking about, yes, it's a cover-up, and I smell a rat. And Kelly says, I went to a cultural sensitivity training at the Justice Center with law enforcement, and it was eye-opening. These officers are biased and discriminate horribly. And they know it because they're carrying out the operation of the system. See, until we realize who we are as a people, and again, those conversations is very hard to have, because it's a process of elimination of the people who they've taken everything from, even their identity. Do y'all know you can go in the history of slavery? Everybody of all cultural backgrounds have been enslaved, but we're the only group of people that had our identity stripped, our culture, our memory. But it is in us. It's in our DNA. We just got to get back to nature. And I'm not talking about taking a nature walk and talking to the trees and the bees and the flowers. No. We got to get in harmony with the way nature operates, which is the operation of the one that people call God. That's just an order of things. And it has to work that way. Our constitution of our bodies work in harmony with the constitution of nature. But because we have been suppressed, depressed, and compromised by people that look just like us, we think if they get an opportunity, because that's the lie that they promise us, they're going to change this system that keep you down. People get angry now because 1 minute Kamala was all Indian. Now when it's convenient, she's all African American, they say. Well, she recognizes her Indian heritage, but she's African American. When she know in her Indian and all other cultures, heredity comes from the mother and not the father. Except when it comes to us, then they give it to the father. It's so much we don't know, y'all. And until we start finding out for ourselves, we're going to be forever the people who had an opportunity. We're going to be just like that man who had an opportunity to be something great. A has-been that never was. Given the opportunity, they squandered and blame everybody but themselves. That's who we are as a people. We blame everybody but us because we don't want to put in and do the work and then teach the babies. And that's just the truth. You can flood all the churches. Your condition has not changed. And I'm not talking about the church part of it. I'm talking about the things that the individuals say that they embody of the church. I look at those people who say they're in the conscious community. That's scary. That's frightening. That's where a lot of the COINTELPRO comes from. And all they're doing is trading one thing for another. Those people are some of the sickest people in the world. But everybody is looking for a way out. So people don't comprehend that everything that sounds good is not good for you. That's why it's made for a good storyline, a great movie. But it just sounds good. It ain't always good for you. So let's go ahead and start. I want to start with Katt because Brian Steele is trying to tell this judge that, this thing that this lady is trying to get in, the judge has already said no to. And then she act like she's so innocent, and she inadvertently, and then the judge started using her words. See, they telling us right before our eyes, they playing with us. But if I tell you that all of these people are playing, they're all fake. They're called actors. And that's what they're doing. And if you think I'm making it up, just look up the legal definition of a government actor. It's real. One or two people even said it on covering the story. But they didn't say it in the way that I'm trying to get people to hear what I'm saying. And then go and just start researching for yourself. But let's check this out. And I do this under fair use, of course. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to have fair use. I want to say to one of my ex-managers, happy birthday. Today is her birthday, and she has been a guest on my show. I'm going to look for my birthday song so that I can acknowledge her. And she's definitely living her life like she's golden. She's over 55 now, and she's looking absolutely beautiful. Very active in the community, in the ministry. She's just an all-around young lady that I have come to love and know. But today is definitely her day, and I'm happy for her. Hi, Kiki. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. Let me try to find my birthday song for her. I think I put it back over here. I had to go pull out some of my old songs, which I won't be playing on this channel. I plan to go live at least once a week on my other channel. And what I'm going to do is just do commentary on my own videos. And the things that has happened to me while this journey of YouTube. It's some beautiful things happening in the YouTube streets, but I hope they continue to unfold and expose as Uncle Suge does. And as a matter of fact, I had something I want to play. Now, I don't think he's no longer with Underdog, but this is a song that I made up for him because, as y'all know, I love to sing when I'm going through things. It really helps, calms me. And Uncle Suge is going through and battling so many and being so disrespected with these people using his mom and his daughter's name, and yet they do it to this day. But he persevered, he studied, he listened to motivational speeches. He's a writer. Boy, he bad with those beats. He told me he was going to give me some beats. All I got to do is say it, but I don't even know how to tell him what I like, but everything I hear he put out, I like it. So I don't even know how to describe a beat to say that this is what I want you to do for me. Because I kind of like the hip-hop sound, the funky, but he cold-blooded in all areas. But he manifested, and all these people want to do is destroy his name, reputation. So I made a song to help motivate other people. If you think that, you just can't make it and you don't know what to do and what direction to take, one thing I would tell you about him, his humor and satire is kind of deep sometimes, so you may not be ready for that kind of stuff, but I would suggest that you check him out, because if you follow his logic and the way he tells a story, you could get a better understanding of how this stuff on this metaverse works, because it helped me tremendously. But let's hear her birthday song, and then if y'all would just suffer me a little bit longer and let me play his song, and then we will continue on with the videos. I'm not going to be here 5 hours tonight, I promise. Last night, night before last, when I was doing a video, Astor had to text me. He said, "Toothless, you said 2 hours ago goodbye twice." I ended up staying on about 5 hours. But as long as you guys are willing to be with me, then I'm willing to tell you all whatever you want or need to hear. And in my opinion, it's a little bit of both. So I appreciate everybody who stayed with me, who come into the chat, who hit the like button. You can subscribe to my channel. Please become a member to my membership. I hear a lot of people explain it like it's just, 10 cents a day or a cup of coffee a month, whatever it is, but it helps me in my channel. When you hit the like button and when you hit those little hearts and those little emojis to the side, it helps pumps up the algorithm. The likes is really what gets us where we need to be. If it's comparable to the people that you have in there, and I never have a lot of people, so if my likes match the people, then I'm doing great. I'm doing great. If it goes over, that's even better. But it's a method to the madness. It really is. And let me just play this because I'll go off on another tangent. And I just got to thinking about Astor last night. He said, toothless. So he helps balance me. My son is my counterbalance. He keeps me, we're the yin and the yang. He's totally different from me, but all the way like his mother. He's more cool, calm, and collected in his conversation. And he can listen to you too. But I'm not good with that. Here we go, y'all. Let's go with... Oh, I said I was going to do her birthday song first. Dr. C, this one's for you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Go ahead, it's your birthday. Go ahead, it's your birthday. Go ahead, it's your birthday. Go ahead, go ahead. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, your birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Alrighty then. And like I said, Uncle Suge, I don't know if he's still in contract with Underdog, but they were a part of his newfound success when he presented himself a workman that was worthy of his hire. And he spent many hours teaching himself how to perfect editing to the point that he does edit, and his edits are some of the best you'll ever see. And they're so funny because he used the people to tell their story, and their story sounds awfully bad if you see some of his edits, but it's all in good fun. That's what they say. It's all just entertainment. And so he's kind of mastered entertaining. So let's just hear this song that I made a tribute to him. Let me tell you all a story about a man named Suge, a man from Cleveland, and he's straight up out the hood. Then one day he was checking on the weather, fucked around and got a job as a world-class editor. Underdog, that is. Post-production vice president for Gilbert Arenas. Well, the next thing you know, old Suge's a millionaire. The kinfolk said, Suge, move away from there. They said, California is the place you ought to be. So he loaded up the children and they moved to Beverly Hills, that is. Movie stars, NBA players. Never underestimate the power of you. Pursue your dreams. They do come true. Look at Suge. He did it. Yeah, you did it. And so before he moved to Beverly with the children, let's go on with the story. He went by way of North Carolina, where he also picked him up a bride and another child. And as the story goes, they're going to Beverly soon. Real soon. Congratulations, Kelly. I'm so happy for you guys. So dreams do come true if you work them. Everything in life says It works if you work it. It won't if you don't. Hello, politicking with Mel. I believe that's my girl. I don't know if that's her or not, but I believe that's my girl, and I love, love, love the way she does her stuff. So, let's get down to the stuff. As said, he apologized for not greeting everybody, but he's driving. Yeah, in case y'all don't know, as is a staple, that's my first Armenian nephew. And what he does is DoorDash. And so he's out dashing, and he normally tries to stay in the conversation, and he's always contributing to the chat. But this is a Sunday, so he's probably working kind of hard because he's out there in the ritzy area of California. Hey, Regina M., I didn't see you sneak in here. But yeah, so he's out there and about. So he said he's sorry he can't greet y'all, but y'all know that his ears is listening. But we're going to get on now with the program, and we're going to let Katt. And I love Katt, but she sounds like she be singing half the time. And that's the kind of thing that get me. But I love her personality and her knowledge of the operations of the law system. And remember, I'm talking about systems. So hopefully we'll have a good night and they won't buff too much, because it was doing real good before. So hopefully we'll get that luck again. But let's hear her tell this story. She breaks it down and explains it so great. Okay, it's taking its time, so I don't know how good we gonna do. It's kind of moving a little slow. I can't take the whole thing down, but it's not giving me what I need. Choose what to share with StreamYard. It's just, that's just buffering, y'all. And I think that really has to do with the internet. The connection, even though I have internet connection. So if by chance I should get lost in the sauce, y'all just know that I'll be right back in here. But I may have to close this because it's not going anywhere, and it's saying that Chrome is not responding. It's not letting me do anything. I hope y'all can hear me, because I can hear the music. But just have no fear. We will overcome this. I've overcome many more than this, so we will overcome it. I think I'm going to go out. So I'm going to disappear for a minute. I'm going to go out and come back in because it won't let me do anything on the screen. Let's see what it says here, if that'll make it do anything different. It's not responding. Okay, I'm back, y'all. I had to go all the way out and cut my computer off. So let's see what happens when I try to add us back again. Let's see how it works. Let's see if it works. Thank y'all for being patient and staying with me. I don't know what was happening with the system, but it was not sharing and not doing the right thing. Okay, and this is, of course, under fair use. This is Brian Steele highlights Love Sneaky Tactics and Detective Dennis and Operation Peanuts PowerPoint. And the PowerPoint is massive. So this is how she was trying to sneak in information that had been already said that it was not coming in. And this is what's amazing. So I took it all the way back, and here we go. Let me put myself on mute.
That we heard yesterday. Brian Steele has filed a supplement to motion in limine number 49, and this is relating to the PowerPoint sought to be introduced by the state through the testimony of Detective Dennis. So it's really only 2 pages, but they attached the PowerPoint, so that's going to be a good time. But to start, I want to play some relevant clips from yesterday. Now, this segment was about the upcoming witnesses and the evidence that's supposed to be introduced through them.
How about, is this number 26, at least on my list, Tyrone Dennis? Is he just has a lot of different types of evidence listed next to him. Is he law enforcement?
He is.
Okay.
He was one of the lead detectives
Okay.
that investigated that assisted in the investigation regarding Mr. Thomas.
Right.
Later
Yeah.
on.
We've heard about him in our videos we've been listening to.
He was one of the detectives that they made a gang expert who came there with no records. And everything he was relying on was what they had played of. All of this is in reference to Kenneth Copeland, Little Woody, the one they gave the immunity to. That's the crux of their case. They got to get him to testify in order for them to get all of this stuff in. And he took the fifth. They locked him up because they had given him immunity to compel him to testify. And he was prepared to go back to jail, but he decided to wait until Monday. And so from the looks of things, he may testify because he's been following the path, in my opinion, of Charleston White. And he's done a lot of the things that Charleston has done to bring money to his home. So I can't be angry about him for making money, for the simple reason is everybody else is making money off him. So certainly he should be able to make money as well. Whatever other people's opinions are, they have the right to them. And we'll let that be the reason. But I wanted y'all to understand who Detective Dennis was supposed to be a gang expert who retired in 2022, I believe, or it was 2020. But no, it was 2022 when they had the big exodus of all of the people leaving the office, but the office was under investigation. And so a lot of these officers were under investigation for the unscrupulous way that they performed their duties in the hood. Let's recognize that. Here we go.
That Dennis. Okay. All right. And then you also have music next to that. Is he going to just testify about certain songs, or what's that going to be?
He would intended to play portions of
Okay.
the whole song.
Okay. And he'll give his gang expertise about what
Yes,
all
that
that
is-
stuff means. Has he already testified once? Has he been qualified already? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So
Yes, sir.
a couple things about the state's proposed evidence about through Mr. Dennis or Investigator Dennis. With the music, I'm interested. Is the state planning on playing videos, audio? How is that? Are they proposing, of course, over our objections? And
Right, and a lot of that's already been ruled on. Let's find out. Did you intend to play video or audio when or whatever, I don't know what his rank is, Dennis is going to be testifying?
So it's audio, and these are the overt acts that we have listed. For instance, Act 78, 60, 74, 95, 97, 103, 125, and 129. So we would be playing the audio portions of the audio.
so strictly audio, no video, no pictures.
No, I can't. I didn't say that. I also said that we would be putting in the described social media posts.
Oh, yeah, no, he's not asking about social media. He's asking about when you're going to be playing clips of songs. Is that going to be just audio or is it going to be video also? Is that the question?
Yeah, yes, and if there's video, I mean, we've discussed from.
Here's a lady who's been in the DA's office for years. She worked as a judge in the juvenile justice system, and she's also served as a DA in a smaller county. But she pretends she knows nothing about the law, and she just sit there and lied. We heard her lie. She said that she was talking about what she was going to put in with the social media. That lady didn't say all of that in this setting. But let's keep going.
From my recollection, and I wasn't the one litigating a lot of the
Right.
free speech, First Amendment issues here.
Right.
But if there's video, there's certain things in a video that could be problematic to be introduced in front of a jury as well. That's why I'm inquiring. Are we confining it strictly to the words that are spoken?
No. So when we had, so what I didn't make the distinction on my list of which ones we will be entering the videos of. So I will speak with Mr. Sharp and whomever else wants to be involved in that conversation and identify the videos that we will put in as
Okay, so this witness is within the first 30, and so by
midnight.
the end of Friday, you need to have details for what specifically, not just music, but, you know, a video of whatever the name of this song is, or, you know, a 2-minute clip from this song, and here's the minutes that are included, and audio from whatever other song. Detail it for them so that then they can make detailed objections.
And Your Honor, also just to give the court a heads up, 87 Lima is Operations Planner's PowerPoint. I don't have it in front of me, but I'm very familiar with that PowerPoint. That PowerPoint includes all sorts of conclusory language, all sorts of additional information that is not relevant to this case, all sorts of commentary from it written down on the, I believe it was intended to be a PowerPoint to other law enforcement. That's my understanding. I could
Is
be
that
wrong.
PowerPoint that Dennis is?
I believe so. And I understand that the state's intending to call him as an expert, but, you know, hearsay and an expert can't be used as a, you know, mere conduit to get into hearsay and other inadmissible evidence. And there's a lot of, I'm saying I know I have numerous objections.
All right. Is 87 Lima already in evidence or no?
No, I don't think we've introduced it.
Okay.
Evidence, but they.
Your Honor, when we were served with this, I filed, I'll get you the date. I filed a motion challenging the admission, and my memory is Judge Glanville said he's not letting that in and asked the state, and they said they were not using it. Now, if that's wrong, I apologize, but I'm pretty sure that's
Okay.
accurate.
All right. So
Now listen quietly to Love in the background. I'm going to rewind it 10 seconds. Listen very quietly to Love in the background.
I apologize, but I'm pretty sure that's
Okay.
accurate.
All right. So,
I'll check back into our notes because I don't have memory.
don't
of that
remember.
particular-
Okay. All right. Just check on that one. Thank you. See, this exercise may be boring, but it's helping everybody.
And then after this, they pretty much break for the day, and we're supposed to be back at 8 a.m. on Monday. But there were two other, before we look at this supplement and the PowerPoint attached, we gotta look at two other clips from today. Now this is going to be about last minute trying to introduce evidence that you didn't tell the defense you were planning to introduce and just thinking you're just gonna get it in, and comments on social posts.
It's not necessarily all in. It is just going to depend upon the reason it's being offered. And just as with whatever the, reasoning for the phone call, and I'm not going to say this as to every little piece of evidence. This just needs to be how y'all operate going forward. At the point in time when you anticipate, oh, I actually am going to use this. I didn't think so before, but now I am, or whatever. You tell them so that all of us don't have to be scrambling. Okay.
Okay.
Advance notice to the other side about things that are likely to be evidentiary issues so we can deal with them at an appropriate time and not be sending the jury out every 10 minutes.
As a seasoned prosecutor, this lady already knows to do that, but the judge chooses to do a blind eye type situation and allow this lady to get away with what she's doing. All of this had been ruled by the prior judge. Some of his rulings she's keeping, some she go look at and maybe change. But what's amazing to me is he said that if they get them evidence late, he's not allowing it in. Now all of a sudden it's coming in. But remember what I said about the bigger picture. The bigger picture is that she's vying for a position on the Supreme Court of Georgia. And Fonnie Willis is a good endorser for her because Fonnie became famous off of the school teacher prosecution. And so these people are working, to me, in tandem and writing in such a way where all of this can make them all look favorable. Even if she knows she's going to do a mistrial, she's going to do it without prejudice so they can bring it back, as opposed to doing it according to the law, which would have been with prejudice. So these are human rights violations, not just civil rights violations. And you almost have to go to the international tribunal to make them take a look at what these people are doing here in violation of the human rights. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
And so, Judge, we will definitely abide by that instruction. And I guess we'll ask for more granularity, a little bit more clarification if in the middle of questioning.
Obviously. And I mean, that's why we're kind of going through all of this now, is so that most of it you're already going to know in the middle of questioning. Here's how I can use this. Here's the part that needs to be redacted out, whatever. But, like for one of them, you said, I just really don't anticipate in any way using that. And then you're like, oh, we're in the middle and we take a break at lunch. You tell them at lunch, at the beginning of the lunch, yeah, I'm going to use this after all. It's just as much heads up, as much advance notice as possible. And given that you are supposed to be providing all of the evidence in detail for, the first 30, and I think you're almost to the point where you're supposed to provide it for the next 30, this shouldn't be an issue. But, okay.
the judge keep throwing shade and calling her out in embarrassment, but she's not holding her judicially, accountable. And so that's not cute, or it's not funny, because these young men's lives are in the balance, and the judge refused to go against another judge who wouldn't grant them bail. So they've been incarcerated now for 2 flat years as of May of this year. And we're 3 months removed from May, June, July, August, and they're still playing games. So this is just, all of this is play acting for the public, the world, to get the notoriety. I call it clout chasing, and I only learned that here on YouTube. I didn't know what clout chasing was, but you can definitely know that it's about being seen and being on the most important case in history, because before this case, the school teacher's case was the longest running case in history in Georgia. Now you have this case, but this one is a little more in depth to me, because you also have the ARCA money that they got, the millions to the judiciary that expires at the end of this year. So I believe that's a part of all of this play acting that they're doing. Let's go on.
Mr. Harvey, you wanted to say something?
Yes, one other point, Judge. With the previous exhibit and this exhibit, we previously had a ruling and discussions about the commentary on these.
Oh, I can't even see that because of what's on my screen. But yeah, I don't think, unless the comments are relevant, let's not have those on there.
So
Now, sometimes the comment might be relevant.
But we don't know who's making the comment. We can't cross-examine the commenter. And we have had Judge Glanville rule that the comments come out previously.
Okay.
Who is this that's commenting? 70 likes, 1 comment.
Okay.
All
right. So I agree with the prior ruling, and I don't know that this is how you were going to.
And this is the second part. It flows nicely.
Present it on the stand when you use it. This just may be how you got it now, but make sure before it shows up on a screen with a jury that whatever limits have been placed on this, you abide by them. I mean, I saw the slide from the opening that had something on it that had been specifically talked about and ruled that you had better not in any way put that before the jury. And lo and behold, it's up there on the screen. Not going to get back into it, but that should not happen again. If you know that comments aren't supposed to be on here, you need to make sure before you throw any slide up. And I'm not saying that this was how you were going to use it. I know you're just giving this to us right now, but just make sure everything is clean to the way that it is supposed to be. Okay.
And to be very specific, so there's no misunderstanding, the comments, what the court has just said about unless there is a relevant portion in the comments, for instance, the witness on the stand comments about something else.
Okay.
And for those instances, I would do as the court has instructed and say, hey, these are social media posts. This one right here, I am going to attempt to keep in, and I'll share it as I'm going to present it. Right now, it doesn't have.
Nope, you're not going to share it as you're going to present it. You're going to share it with each tranche of 30 witnesses. Okay. If you know somebody has this incredibly, damaging, I want to use this comment, I'm going to use it with this witness. Tell them as you're going through your tranches of each 30 witnesses.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Now they're supposed to be clear. The state is supposed to be clear today with what they plan to introduce when Detective Dennis gets back on the stand. We heard her say, the first clip we were really looking at was her saying, I don't remember if that's the ruling Judge Glanville made previously that said we can't bring this Operation Planters PowerPoint in. And maybe I don't remember saying that I didn't plan to use it. So, Brian Steele, this is why we're getting this supplement today. So let's take a look at it. And so you can see this was filed today, 2:21 p.m. Supplement to motion in limine number 49, and we have a footnote that says, on or about April 17th, like Steele remembered. On or about April 17th, 2024, Mr. Williams filed motion in limine number 49. On April 17th, the now recused Judge Glanville orally granted this motion and excluded the PowerPoint presentation at issue. This supplement to motion in limine number 49 adds paragraph 4, which details the oral granting of said motion. So, we get the usuals in the beginning. We're filing this because the prosecution's seeking to introduce this PowerPoint through Detective Dennis. Mr. Williams is innocent of any and all charges in this indictment. And then Mr. Williams specifically objects to all slides that the prosecution purportedly attempts to introduce into evidence at trial before the petite jury through retired Atlanta Police Department Detective Dennis. So attached here are two narratives that, based upon information and belief, one of which will attempt to be used by Detective Dennis to be introduced at trial. Specifically, Mr. Williams objects to all slides on both of these attachments for the following reasons. 1. Slide 1 is an improper closing argument with YSL versus Inglewood Family Bloods, or IFGANG. That is not appropriate in this trial and has no probative value and is substantially prejudicial. Slide 2 is objectionable for similar reasons as stated in 1, including all of the department seals and the narration on same. In fact, with the introduction of all of those slides, why have a trial with witnesses? 3. All slides contain improper commentary and improper opinion evidence and includes impermissible speculation and also violates the Confrontation Clause and hearsay. 4. Statements that have been suppressed concerning Mr. Diamante Kendrick are mentioned in these exhibits, as well as the search of Mr. Williams' home, which has also been suppressed. Additionally, there is mention of the search on July 15, 2015, of a music studio for which the now recused judge already excluded from evidence. So now we get to that paragraph 4. On April 17th, 2024, during the trial proceedings, the following occurred. So this is what happened where it was denied orally and Love was like, I don't remember. Recused judge. And he's doing the transcript like this. Like, come on. Brian Steele. So the recused judge says, all right, counsels, I have several things I'm going to mark as the court's exhibits in order. One of them is a motion in limine that was filed in regards to some regarding the redaction of out-of-court statements of D'Angelo White and law enforcement officer filed last night at 9:49 p.m. By Mr. Shard on behalf of Mr. Stillwell. I'm also in possession of Defendant Williams' motion to adopt and adds to Stillwell's motion in limine filed on 4/17 at 8:39 a.m. I'm also in possession of Mr. Williams' motion in limine number 49, which talks about the PowerPoint slide presentation of some 105 pages. References. It's entitled Operation Planters, like peanut, so nut, and goes through, and has different slides therein. And then it has an ellipses here, and recused judge says, no, we're excluding that. Lawyer Love, Your Honor. Recused judge, and I'm going to exclude the PowerPoint that you all submitted. Lawyer Love, we're not even using it, Your Honor. Recused judge, well, you're not going to wholesale introduce it. Lawyer Love, we had no intention, Your Honor. Let's be really clear. We do not intend to introduce that PowerPoint today. We can see it in action.
Things I'm going to mark as the next court's exhibits in order. One of them is a motion in limine that was filed in regards to some, regarding the redaction of out-of-court statements of D'Angelo White and law enforcement officers filed last night at 9:49 p.m. By Mr. Shard on behalf of Mr. Stillwell. I'm also in possession of Defendant Williams' motion to adopt and add Stillwell's motion in limine, filed on 4/17 at 8:39 a.m. I'm also in possession of Mr. Williams' motion in limine number 49, which talks about the PowerPoint slide presentation of some 105 pages that references it's entitled Operation Planners and goes through and has different slides that they're in. The focus is on why didn't we file this stuff months ago, and let's wind it out and air it out at that point in time, okay? So I'm going to ask the state their issue on this. Are you cutting this out? Did you have discussions with Mr. Sharp? Madam?
We did have discussions.
When?
Well, this morning.
That's too late. The evidence is excluded. The evidence is excluded. I'm going to exclude because I told you that this was going to happen.
We reached out to them.
No. We're excluding that.
Your Honor.
And I'm going to exclude the PowerPoint that you all submitted. Well, you're not going to wholesale introduce it.
We had no intention. Your Honor.
All right.
Let's be real clear. We did not intend to introduce this PowerPoint today. I personally reached out via telephone and called at least 2 members of the defense team and asked them to call me back. And I would like
But you all should not be identifying this stuff the moment of trial while the jury's sitting in a box. This is the last. I am not going to tolerate this any further. If you don't get together with your colleagues and flag issues and resolve them promptly, and if I have to take them up, remember, I can exclude them. We'll work the weekends, or we'll do a combination of both. So this time, I'm going to exclude those 2 sections.
Your Honor, Mr. Atkins, he confronted this witness with those sections. I last week let them know that we were introducing that.
If the exhibit's not ready and you haven't made, no, well, Mr. Sharp's got objections to it.
But Judge, Mr. Sharp can get in and have our evidence excluded every day that he makes an objection
No.
at midnight, and then comes in and says.
Well, then you all should have gotten your stuff together before then. Some of our juries, please. Some of our juries. Have a seat, madam. Have a seat. You better exclude that, and next time, make sure you're prepared.
Judge,
Make sure you're prepared next time. I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm just not. We are starting right now. It's 1:20. So
we have talked to them. We have said we don't agree.
then file a motion and get it before me, and we'll take it up. Both of you all have equally responsibility to do that.
The information they are seeking.
Oh, it's going to be inadmissible right now.
I'm saying, Judge, that you said to file a motion. There's nothing in
I'm not going to have any more discussion about this, madam. I'm not.
Talk to them this morning
I don't.
about that.
Well, you know what?
And I attempted to try to talk to them earlier this week.
Well, then that's why we have to.
You best believe she's never used that tone with this new judge. Never. This woman is outrageously ridiculous. They're trying to get these people in public office, and these guys are just casualties of war. And that's what I want you all to understand about us as a people. We're casualties of war. We're under occupation, political occupation. And if you don't understand that dynamic, I don't care what you think you know, you're out of bounds. That's the only other way I can say it. If you don't understand the politic of this land, then all the things you think you know, I guarantee you, you don't.
Punishes the state because the defense.
I'm not punishing anybody, but but prior preparation prevents poor performance.
Be prepared, Judge. That's why I sent them what I sent them last week. A whole week and a half ago, 2 weeks. Your
I'm
Honor.
not, well.
And I had asked, I said I would like to discuss.
Our jury's coming in, madam. Our jury's coming in. Have a seat.
So before we toggle back over to skim through this PowerPoint, few points of thought. What do you think about seeing that exchange in, looking back as a flashback? This was back in April. What do you think about seeing that exchange? Knowing what we know now, also after just reading Max Sharp say, he told us to sit down. Well, technically he said, go back to your seat, ma'am. The jury's coming back in. What do you think about the difference in the demeanor here, where an objection from Sharp about admissibility of evidence is being granted? And then 3, really my key question. We heard Judge Glanville note, you won't be able to introduce this wholesale. She just said, before Glanville does this is back in April, she just said in this exchange, we don't plan to introduce it. I don't plan to introduce it. But as soon as he says he's excluding it, ruling it out, can't come in, this is what results. So do you believe she never planned to introduce it? Because if you ask me, that's not really the reaction of someone who didn't want that to come in. And actually, let me note one more thing. So Brian Steele only wanted it played till 13:15. So he wasn't exactly pointing Whitaker in the direction of watching this exchange. But if she lets it autoplay for a few more seconds, she'll find herself to what we just watched. With his timestamp, we would have cut off 5 seconds from here, from the start.
I'm going to exclude those two sections.
Mr. Atkins,
So there, we would have been done 2 seconds before I just hit pause. So Brian Steele isn't requesting that the judge look at anything further than that. But it's right there, so it's possible Judge Whitaker could keep playing just like we did. And I did it intentionally. And going back over to take a peek at Operation Planters. We're not going to look at the whole thing, but I will link it in the description. But you can see, look, all these badges, we're putting a bunch of credibility in here. It's Operation Planters because the name is, a play on the word. Peanut. And it says YSL/30 Deep v. Inglewood Family Bloods. So it's already positioning it as a rivalry. The second slide shows this and says, in January of 2015, a gang war began between two rival gangs, the YSL Young Slime Life/30 Deep versus Inglewood Family Bloods IF Gang. And yeah, we're getting a bunch of pictures of the people that were involved in this gang war. And so some of the pushback is the commentary. So the incident started as rap related, but quickly became gang related. We've got a younger picture of Woody. The beef between Mr. Kenneth Woody Copeland and Mr. Kelvin Shell Watts Curtis is what fueled the ongoing beef. And so again, you can go through all of it. It paints a storyline of sorts with the narrative commentary throughout. Pictures of people that have plea deals or immunity deals. Some information and pictures on Donovan Peanut Thomas. But on a quick scroll, something like this really caught my eye in light of the Bruce Harvey argument. So you've got these social post screenshots, and we have Love and April saying, we don't plan to introduce that. Good, I'm excluding it. Well, what? No, you can't do that. Why would you do that? Well, can you imagine, maybe just trying to throw these things up on the screen? Do you think it's a valid motion in limine and a new supplement relating to that motion in limine? Do you think Love really doesn't plan to just randomly introduce some of this stuff? And so on this one, there's a comment from someone, and I'm not trying to put a specific person on blast, but there's commentary that goes to character evidence of Nut. So, R.I.P. Nut. I remember meeting y'all in Waffle House. Even then, you was a sweetheart. It's sad someone had to do you like that, but rest easy, baby. So just these little things in here, these are the types of things that the defense is objecting to. We saw Bruce Harvey object to it for something not part of this PowerPoint. And Steele, and I believe Shart, and really everyone in that room, all the co-defendants, their counsel, are happy to reiterate and revive this motion in limine, and also remind Judge Whitaker that there's been a previous ruling by Judge Glanville to keep it out. So when Detective Dennis gets back on the stand, and Love is still struggling to alert the defense, that's their homework for today. She's supposed to tell the defense, great, we finally said we're going to call Detective Dennis as part of our next line of witnesses that are coming in, and we have homework. We're supposed to tell you what evidence we plan to introduce through Detective Dennis. And we still hadn't done that. We didn't do it last week. We didn't do it this week. So today is our last chance. And back in April, this PowerPoint that would be introduced through Detective Dennis, Love seemed to flip her lid when Judge Glanville said it's excluded. Then she says, yesterday, in court, yesterday to Judge Whitaker, I don't remember that. I'll have to check. So Brian Steele did the checking for her. This is where we're at. So this will be in the description for you guys to look through. But what do you think? Do you think Love is going to want to suddenly disregard Judge Glanville's previous rulings? Ask Whitaker to rule differently than how Judge Glanville ruled? Do you think she'll get her homework done today? Well, do you think the state will get their homework done today? Do you think they'll try to introduce this or something, anything from this PowerPoint wholesale? and saying, well, we didn't plan to introduce it, but it's suddenly relevant. That's why we didn't tell the defense we planned to introduce it. So forgive us, Judge. What do you think? What do you think? And honestly, when is enough enough? So happy Friday again. You guys all have a good weekend. See you soon.
Okay, then. I'm going to move on to the next one. Y'all, what do y'all think about that? That's a little something, isn't it? And the judge is hearing all this and know all of this. Now, here is one of my most favorite people that covers this trial, because she gives true legal information without interjecting her personal opinion. She just break it down real good, and she's great. She and her husband also do a debriefing every week. So all of these people that I'm mentioning and that I'm showing their videos, they are actually in the description. What I didn't put is that PowerPoint in there, and since I have it, I will put that link in there as well. But here is I'm Not a Lawyer, But. She's fantastic.
Issued her rulings on the open motions in the YSL RICO trial, and child, just about all of them were denied. Let me give you a quick rundown of the orders, and I'm going to start with the big one, Doug Weinstein's motion for a mistrial. Now, Weinstein had 4 bases for his mistrial motion. The first is that it is impossible to undo or redo what happened after June 12th when Judge Glanville should have stopped the court proceedings. In regards to that, Judge Whitaker says that since she and the attorneys have all been working to figure out what testimony and evidence of Kenneth Copeland needs to be redone, she basically says that there is not an impossibility to address these issues that Weinstein raises, and therefore this is not a basis to grant a mistrial. Now, reason number 2 Doug Weinstein had for the mistrial is that he says the ex parte was a critical stage of this court proceeding and Diamante Kendrick had a right to be present. And just so we're all clear, Judge Whitaker defines a critical stage as one in which a defendant's rights may be lost, defenses waived, privileges claimed or waived, or one in which the outcome of the case is substantially affected in some other way. I think of it like this. If something is happening, like a meeting, for example, that could affect the outcome of a trial or a defendant's rights, that's a critical stage. So in this instance, Doug Weinstein argued that ex parte wasn't just about Kenneth Copeland's immunity. It covered other things, and since Kenneth Copeland was a key witness for the state, and key witness doesn't mean best witness, it really just speaks to what Kenneth Copeland told police the day Donovan Thomas was unalived, and in the police interviews that he did after that, are really how investigators figured out, according to them, what was going on. His statements to police allowed them to begin connecting otherwise isolated events to a larger story. And so, since Kenneth Copeland and his police interviews are so key to this trial, and his decision to testify or not testify could affect the outcome of this trial, that, according to Doug Weinstein, makes the ex parte meeting a critical stage that the defendants had a right to attend. So in response to that, Judge Whitaker says Weinstein is correct that the ex parte was about more than just the parameters of Kenneth Copeland's immunity, and rather he understood its potential ramifications. But she also says that even though the meeting detoured off topic, overall, everything discussed was still in some way related to Kenneth Copeland's immunity. And for that reason, she says it is not a critical stage of this trial, and therefore the defendants did not have a right to be present. Next up is if Kenneth Copeland was coerced to testify. Judge Whitaker says that even though the judge and the prosecutors gave Kenneth Copeland incorrect information, she does not believe that any of that incorrect information induced or persuaded him to testify. And she also notes that Kenneth Copeland did have representation with him in that meeting. So the fix for this, according to her, and she says the attorneys agreed, is just to give Kenneth Copeland the correct information and then see what he decides to do, which of course they've already done. And Copeland says he'll see how he wakes up. Now, the last reason that Doug Weinstein had for the motion for mistrial, the previous judge was biased, to which Judge Whitaker says the previous judge, Judge Glanville, has now been removed, so this is actually a non-issue. And so for all those reasons, the motion for mistrial was denied. The other open motions were Brian Steele's motion to recuse the prosecutors, which Judge Whitaker also denied, and Max Shart's motion for a fair and constitutional trial. Having to file a motion asking for a fair and constitutional trial is wild. That motion also included a request for the prosecutors to be recused as well. And while Judge Whitaker seemed to acknowledge that there's been some misconduct by the prosecutors, she says she doesn't believe that it was purposeful, but rather a negligent overlooking. So she has ordered that the entire prosecution team working this trial submit to a training on Brady and other professional obligations of a prosecutor. This training will consist of a video replay of training on this topic previously presented by the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of Georgia. The court will provide the video and the viewing will occur under the direction of the court. So child, court will be back on Monday morning and we'll see how Kenneth Copeland wakes up.
Now, don't y'all know that's just utterly ridiculous? They're talking about taking these guys away for life. And the prosecutorial misconduct has been reduced down to training that they take every year. Any government agency, county, state, federal, city, municipalities, have a mandate according to their code of conduct and ethics to take certain trainings every year that aligns with their job. Some people call it continuing education courses. And then they get certificates when they complete the training. But this is how she's going to sanction them, by making them look at an hour PowerPoint or whatever it is going to be, a video or whatever, under the direction of the court. All of this is so laughable if it was funny. But as I stated before, I don't laugh when it's not funny and I don't dance when I don't hear music. This is not passing the smell test. This is ridiculous, to say the least. Our next video is going to be from the Paralegal Institute of Washington. And again, all of these links are in the description. If you want to check these people out, go subscribe to their channels. I put these information in the chat. Please go and support him. He was trying to get 500. I think he may have made it to 500, but now he's trying to get to that 1,000. So if you would, and he's Asiatic male, and we need more who's very serious and come from a man's perspective on this trial and just life in general. And he has a dynamic group of ladies that support him, and they all get up and give their commentary. And it's pretty interesting. So y'all go and support them and check them out if you would. Any of these people are fantastic. They give good coverage on this case. And so does infamous Sylvia. What she does is in the courtroom. She does a lot of also guessing and things of that nature, but for her inside the courtroom coverage is excellent, because things that are going on in the courtroom that we can't see on the camera, she puts that in her chat. But as far as the law and breaking it down, then, you know, that's your decision. But infamous Sylvia does cover this case. City Nash covers the case. Evan Films cover the case. It's so many. Professor Neds cover the case. Phil Holloway, the law. And then the other young man, I don't know his name, but he's a handsome little something. And his name is the lawyer it's a lot of people covering this case, and some of them do a great job of it. But these three that I'm showcasing tonight really do a great job, in my opinion. This guy here, the Paralegal Institute guy, he's went and got a law degree, but he doesn't practice law. And he has this institute. And sometimes I may differ with some of the things he say, but for the most part, I like the way he break it down. And I used to really use them when they used to just have the reading. But now he's coming more live, and he's getting into the subject matter. And he's giving us a different perspective. So let's hear him out. And I think that you would probably enjoy it.
Gang unit says happened. By the way, please excuse any light background noise. Y'all know I'm still in a noisy country, so let's get going.
Give the court a heads up. 87 Lima is operations planner's PowerPoint. I don't have it in front of me, but I'm very familiar with that PowerPoint. That PowerPoint includes all sorts of conclusory language, all sorts of additional information that is not relevant to this case, all sorts of commentary from it written down on the, I believe it was intended to be a PowerPoint to other law enforcement. That's my understanding. I could
Is
be
that
wrong.
PowerPoint that Dennis is?
I believe so. And I understand that the state's intending to call him as an expert, but, hearsay and an expert can't be used as a, mere conduit to get into hearsay and other inadmissible evidence. And there's a lot of, I'm saying I know I have numerous objections.
All right. Is 87 Lima already in evidence or no?
No, I don't think we've introduced it.
Okay.
Evidence, but
Your Honor, when we were served with this, I'll get you the date. I filed a motion challenging the admission, and my memory is Judge Glanville said he's not letting that in and asked the state, and they said they were not using it. Now, if that's wrong, I apologize, but I'm pretty sure that's
Okay.
accurate.
All right. So
I'll check back into our notes because I don't have memory.
don't
of
remember.
that particular.
Okay. All right. Just check on that one.
In January of 2015, a gang war began between two rival gangs, the YSL Young Slime Life 30 Deep versus Inglewood Family Bloods IF gang. So here you can see images. At the top, you have Young Thug, you have Birdman, you have Rich Homie Quan. It says several incidents occurred between the two gangs to start 2015 after the split of the duo Rich Gang. Then at the bottom, you have, looks like people from IF. The incidents started as rap related, but quickly became gang related. The beef between Mr. Kenneth Woody Copeland and Mr. Kelvin Shell Watts Curtis is what fueled the ongoing beef. So here we have Woody on the left-hand side and Shell on the right. To APD gang unit knowledge, one of the first documented incidents occurred at a gambling house in Zone 3 between the two gangs. During this incident, several shots were fired. January 6, 2015, Kenneth Woody Copeland was assaulted while flashing a large sum of cash in Club Crucial by Kelvin Shell Kel Watts and other IF gang members. This incident escalated the ongoing feud. Through our investigation, it was discovered a drive-by shooting occurred at TGI Studios located at 675 Metropolitan Parkway on January 7, 2015. The studio is frequented by IF gang members and rappers. Through statements obtained through other suspects, it was learned that the shooter in this incident was Kenneth Woody Copeland. So they're saying Copeland wanted some get back the next day, and he shot at IF while they were at the studio. On January 10, 2015, Mr. Donovan Peanut Thomas was shot and killed in a drive-by shooting at 330 McDaniel Street. Peanut was a high-ranking IF gang blood member, said to be the number 4 ranking blood member in the state of Georgia. So you have a picture of Nut.
I didn't realize that he had the music, but I'm going to continue to play it because, again, I want us to hear the different takes from this because it's very interesting and we really need to know this. I wished in my heart of hearts that more people would watch coverage, and especially small channels, but to show more of a human aspect, because remember, as I started this video out, this is a human rights violation. It's not just a civil right violation. And these judges, DAs, are using legalese to make this case go forward for 2 reasons. One, I believe, again, follow the money. Orca, the whale. And then they talking about planters for Peanut. Peanut is a drug dealer, big time. And of course, we know the rumors that went around with that. And if you all would check out probably Infamous Sylvia's video tonight, she's replaying interviews that she had with Lil Rod's dad and Jeffrey Williams' dad, where Jeffrey Williams' dad said all of this was excluded and they was doing all of this RICO stuff for a show, acting, if you will. And I went and looked up that word for you guys, acting, and when we finish with this video, I'll let y'all know about, the government actors. But we're going to go on back to this video because we're almost finished for the evening. So, here we go.
Immediately after Peanut's death, social media started talking about his death and that retaliation was expected. So here we can see, I want answers. Someone else says, Big Guns gives you answers. Thugger and Woody is food. So you have various people who are speaking on this here, it looks like. I swear it needs to be some MFs die before my little brother hit the dirt. Yeah, so social media was going crazy on this one. The day after Thomas's murder, Jeffrey Williams funded a trip for YSL 30 Deep members to Miami. During several interviews, it was said that Williams wanted to get his people out of Atlanta. Okay, so here we have more social media. Peanut's funeral was treated as if he was royalty. Over 2,000 people showed up for his funeral.
And this is so very sad that this entire case is being formulated off of social media. They're going by posts. And we know how people are in these chats and how they are, on IG and Facebook and the different platforms that are out there. These are just random people giving their ideas, just like us individuals who know nothing in depth about the law, but we have common sense. And so we're deducing things and we're coming up with what's logical. And remember, that's one of the things that Asatar stand on. Matter of fact, that's all he stand on is logic. He doesn't know any way to be. I'm more emotional and dramatic, but I try to keep in line with my principles of truth, love, peace, justice, and freedom. But I'm very dramatic and emotional. Asatar can be as excited as I am, but he only deals in logic. And if it doesn't make sense to him, he can't go along with whatever it is. And I don't care who's saying it. That's just what that is. These people have gotten a whole case based on social media and lyrics from songs. And this is, I just don't know why we're not outraged as a people. And we can make complaints. We think we can't do anything. The Constitution, First Amendment, give us the right to petition. We can petition by writing and complaining on the behaviors of these people. Now, maybe if we live out of the state, it may not carry the same weight as the people in the state. But remember what I told y'all. We have not been taught politics. And if you don't know to study history and law together, your concept is going to be wrong. And if you don't have an old dictionary and an etymology dictionary, you're still going to be wrong. Because they're speaking in a language that sounds just like what we say every day, but in law, some of those words have different meanings. So you can be on point talking to your hood friend and so far off the beam because you're thinking with your logic and you're thinking from a lifetime experience. But these people are strategic in what they do. And the truth is hidden in plain sight. But most of us won't even look. And we certainly won't seek truth. So we have to try to tell it the best way we can. And rely on the, replays and the playbacks. And hopefully people will just want to know and tune in and maybe hear something that they can take some notes and write down and start investigating for themselves. Because it's nothing like seeking truth for yourself. I can sound real beautiful telling a story and telling you about truth. But until you go and study the Constitution with its 7 articles and the first 10 amendments being the Bill of Rights, until you start reading the Christian Black Codes and realize that's a lot of the statutes and ordinances and acts that's going on, until you understand jurisprudence is the science of law and we're not operating as the law of the land, which is the common law. We're operating in maritime law, which is the law of the sea, and we don't want to be the people that we are, and we rule the sea until you start seeking for yourself. And everybody's not going to get it because everybody don't want it. But there has to be some of us, because this generation is so lost, based on the operations. Remember, I told y'all from the beginning, it's systems in place. It's not just one system. There are so many systems working against us. To those of us who have a desire to speak truth to power, we must do it. Whether we have 2 people, 3 people, 5 people, or 5,000 in our chat, we must keep teaching our people. Because what we don't understand is about to get worse in life. And we're going to need each other. And one of the mentors that I like, Taj Tariq Bey, one of the things that he said is going to be pain that bring us together as people. Nothing else is going to do it. And so everybody's waiting on Project 25, but what about Project 24? What about Project 23? Project 22? Project ever since we've been born. It's been a project with us. We need to wake up before it's everlasting too late. And let me go back.
Funeral. Long live King Nut. social media posting. IF gang members began to make direct threats toward Copeland, Jeffrey Young Thug Williams, and other YSL 30 Deep members. So one comment, they should knock your ass off for keep posting RL RIP picture on this man. They got I'm out. Okay, yeah, y'all can read that yourself. Immediately after the murder of Thomas, there were 8 drive-by shootings directed toward YSL 30 Deep members and their families. Police recovered over 300 shell casings of numerous calibers of weapons, including high-power assault rifle rounds. Initially, it was believed that it was IF gang shooting at YSL 30 Deep, but we soon learned that it was an all-out war as YSL 30 Deep members began to target IF gang members and their families as well. So police are saying they were shooting at each other. Marquavius Greedy Curtis and Watts has the same mother. Okay, so Peanut and Greedy has the same mother. So Thomas and Watts are half brothers. So you have Marquavius Greedy Curtis, you have Kelvin Shellkel Watts Curtis. Peanut and Greedy has the same father. Here's some more images of everybody. Lucci is a rap artist that Peanut has managed since the beginning of his career, funded by Thomas. Lucci's rap career has been able to turn illegal money into a legitimate business. So this is Rayshawn Lucci Bennett. On January 22nd, 2015, the first of 2 shootings occurred at 1006 Hill Street, which is the home of Rayshawn Lucci Bennett's mother. Here we have Jamal Baines, Kelvin Watts, Jermaine Hatterman. Suspect vehicle fired at the home of Rayshawn Lucci Bennett's. According to witnesses, a second vehicle was shooting back at the suspects. Baines, Watts, and Hatterman were stopped with 3 weapons and only 2 suspects were charged. Watts pled to the guns in state court. Hatterman was charged federally and then changed his plea. GSR came back to Baines and Watts. According to Woody, he felt it was safe to go out as he believed Kelvin Watts was in jail, not knowing he bonded out of Fulton County Jail. On February 10, 2015, Woody and his brother were followed by another car as they left a hotel party downtown. Once they exited the highway at University, shots were fired into their vehicle. The next morning, an Instagram post confirmed that Haiti gang, which is a subset of Inglewood family, carried out the shooting. And then you have a street shooting. Lucci's mother and her boyfriend were shot. January 27, 2015, APD says shots fired. Trevante Turner was shot. He is an associate of YSL 30 Deep. Trevante Turner. Is that Trey? I think he was just recently killed. January 28th, 2015, a drive-by shooting, 2905 Springdale Road. Ballistics show this incident has matching shell casings to 2 other shootings, the Harwell Road and Pope shooting. Here we have Antonio Monton Sledge, we have Kelvin Watts, and we have Antravia Smith. Smith has been dating Sledge since she was 17. Copeland had an issue with the love triangle. Smith stated that Watts was inside the apartment at the time of the shooting. Apparently, she was dating Monton since she was 17 and dating Watts. February 10, 2015, 409 University Ave. While driving through YSL 30D territory, Watts was shot. He was arrested for a probation violation the same night. In retaliation to Watts being shot, a drive-by shooting occurred at 193 Hendricks Avenue, which is the residence of Copeland's brother, that same night. February 19th, 2015. 114 Murray Ave Southeast. Shots fired. Kenneth Copeland, his girlfriend, and their infant were victims of a drive-by shooting. Copeland returned fire, causing the suspects to crash. Here you have supposed documented IF gang members. These were the people apparently involved in shooting at Woody. Mr. Fleetwood, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Franklin, and Mr. Hardy. The U.S. Marshals executed a warrant at 1428 Adele Ave, which is the home of IF gang, Haiti gang member Darren Mills. A search warrant was executed and these items were recovered. Tariq Rogers was shot and killed on April 2nd, 2015 at 490 Glen Street. His murder is still unsolved. On April 12, 2015, Dexter Montgomery was shot in the head with an AR-15 by YSL 30 Deep members at 2110 Browns Mill Road. Murphy and McCullen were charged with this crime. Murphy has pled to 20 years, served 8 years. Little Wayne tour bus shooting. Jimmy Winfrey was charged by Cobb County and has pled to 20 years to serve 10 in prison. Video coupled with Winfrey's phone records placed him on the scene before, during, and after the shooting. Rappers Birdman and Young Thug allegedly linked to Little Wayne's tour bus shooting. A rap dispute between Lil Wayne and Birdman spilled over into Atlanta once rapper and YSL 30 Deep leader Young Thug got involved. April 28, 2015, drive-by shootings. You have a Club Crucial and 3 other shootings. 3 YSL members were charged with these incidents. Monk Tonk, Lil D, and the other Lil D. Lil D Zachary and Lil D Garlington. April 28, 2015, Dunbar Rec Center. They got a 911 call about an armed subject with an assault rifle. Said it was Woody Copeland. Zone 3 units responded and detained Copeland. He was later arrested on an outstanding warrant. At the top, you can see the weapon. They said it was purchased by Zachary. Quindarius Lil D Zachary. May 7, 2015, Zachary was arrested for weapons possession at 151 Cleveland Avenue. Ballistics testing showed this weapon matches the drive-by shooting at 1006 Hill Street on January 26, 2015. May 17, 2015, drive-by shooting at 2905 Macon Drive, which is the residence of well-known YSL 30 Deep member Steffens. July 15, 2015, ATF search warrant Vault Studio 675, Metropolitan. 10 pounds of marijuana recovered, $43,000 in cash, 2 handguns, and rapper Stephen Houston, aka Rico Richie, were all arrested. July 15, 2015, U.S. Marshal Service execute a warrant for Jeffrey Young Thug Williams at his home in Sandy Springs. Williams and Randrick Knowlton were arrested for weapons and drug possession. 2 assault rifles recovered, 1 handgun, and suspected cocaine and liquid promethazine were recovered. September 12, 2015, drive-by shooting at 737
Actually, what he's doing there is just going through the whole PowerPoint. And so we don't have to finish that. We can go to the next video, which is one that he did on love. He said it's almost criminal. And this is the same Paralegal Institute of Washington, D.C. And so we want to listen to his take on this. And this was about Attorney Melnick. This is where the judge listened to all of this testimony, and she didn't really believe, sound like to me, Attorney Melnick or the attorney that stood in, Kayla Bumpus. She believed an officer of the DA's office who got caught lying on the stand, but Kayla didn't testify well at all. She sounded like she was lying too. But she said that on one of these shows, I don't know if it was on, it was her own show. I believe it was one of her first shows. If they go and pull the video, they will see she and Mr. Copeland saying that that transcript wasn't complete. But when the judge called her out on the witness stand, she said that she believed it's complete, Judge. So maybe that means she has political aspirations too. So what you can see is everybody is vying for a position where either your boss or the people who don't have a clue of what they're voting on or who they're voting on. And most people don't know that these people that are voted in office answers to us. So when you have issues, a lot of people don't know if you're having issues in your community to go to their city councilman. They don't know to do that, to go to the mayor. You start with the city council and then you go with the mayor. And I don't know, all different politics, they have different names that they call it for whatever your town is, your county, your parish, your ward, because they call things different in different states. But whoever represents your district politically, you start at the bottom, which is your local level, and you would go to them. Potholes in the road, money need to be funded for lights on the streets. Those are your county commissioners, the people that fund these other entities that operate within your city, that funds the court system. That's where they get their money from, the DA and alike. But you can also, if you're having an issue with the state agency, you can go to your state representative or your local legislator, be it on the House of Representatives or the Senate in your legislatures. Then you can go, and if you have an issue with a federal organization, you would go to the person that you voted for Congress that represents your district. And they have the House of Representatives, and then you have the senators in Congress, and the predominance of them are European. We have one or two that are Asiatic, but most of them are European. And so more than likely, they're going to come from a conservative perspective. So it doesn't matter, again, as I have stated before, what party they're claiming. It's one bird. See it as an eagle. It has a left wing and a right wing, but the head of that bird controls both wings. So don't get caught up in that kind of stuff because it benefits you nothing. What you need to do is look at people that have like ideas as yours, and no, nobody is going to cover our agenda because we don't fund anybody, and people are going to go with the people that fund them. That is just as rudimentary as it is being on YouTube. You're going to go with the people that donate to you. You're going to be hollering them out more. You're going to showcase them more. You know, that's just human nature. It doesn't mean anything other than that. Now, if you're going to just showcase those people and don't ever acknowledge the people that come and sit and listen to you, whether they have a dime or not, they have time. And they're giving you their time. So you want to acknowledge everybody the same. But in politics, and that's what I call it, politics, you're not going to get that. They're going to go with who gives them the money. I don't know if anybody have ever thought about this or know of this, but most of the people we vote in political offices such as the Congress, All of them go there just regular people. They may have been state representatives. They may have been attorneys, may have been doctors. They may have had prominent jobs, but they were just regular, everyday people. And they didn't make the low-end salaries. They probably made a good $150,000 or more in their daily jobs. But isn't it ironic how after spending one session in Congress, and I'm talking about a term, they all are now all of a sudden millionaires? Bonnie Willis was supposed to be broke right before she ran for office, but when she ran in that courtroom with that pink dress on backwards, her net worth was supposed to be worth $8 million. How you go from nothing to $8 million with a job that only pays you about $200,000? We got to ask those kind of questions to ourselves. Asking it to them is not going to get you the answer that you need. And then you got to seek knowledge, because if you don't seek it, you might not get it. You may get some knowledge, but it may not be knowledge to help you. It could be something to keep you in the state that you're in. Let's go to the next one. He's calling this almost criminal. So let's see this.
Now we have all heard that Judge Whitaker has denied all of the motions that the defense has submitted on behalf of the YSL defendants. She has denied motions for a mistrial. She's denied motions for removing of the prosecutors, etc., etc., etc. I want to focus on one thing. There have been other creators who have read this, but I want to try to give hopefully a unique perspective on this. I'm not sure anyone has talked about this from this angle, so y'all bear with me. Let me cook a little bit and see what you think about this take on Whitaker's decision. Let's talk about the part of her decision where she talks about whether or not there was a Brady violation. Now, just so that you can be totally clear, a Brady violation occurs when the prosecution has information that could either help the defense prove their not guilty status, or could help the defense impeach a witness, basically call a witness's credibility into question. So when the prosecution has that kind of evidence, they must turn it over to the defense. If they don't, very serious consequences can happen, including the trial could be totally eliminated. We could call it a mistrial with prejudice, which means when the mistrial is granted with prejudice, it can never, the case can never be retaken up again.
Ms. Bumpus, were you in the courtroom when Mr. Copeland was called to testify after the ex parte meeting? Were you present in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay, did you hear Judge Glanville, did you hear him tell anyone from the defense that an ex parte meeting had occurred?
No.
Did you hear anyone from the state tell the defense on the record that an ex parte meeting had occurred?
No.
Was there any discussion about the substance of said meeting?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? All right. Thank you, Ms. Bumpus. You are excused. Just for my knowledge, does anybody on the defense team have any other witnesses as to this issue?
Not for Mr. Hinder.
All right. Is the state going to have anybody?
If the court could just, I'm sorry for being a two, which exact issue is it that we are addressing? I know it's the June 10th, but what exactly are we addressing? So I can have.
I mean, the defense maintains that there was an unrecorded portion of this ex parte where Brady information was revealed to Ms. Hilton that Ms. Hilton did.
And did y'all catch the emphasis, the way she said Brady information? This trial, this portion of the trial, now that we have this judge that we have, reminds me of the movie The Terminator. You know, we have some people on YouTube that break down the subliminal meanings of movies and the underlying storyline that perhaps most don't catch because they're caught up in the actors or whatever the story is about. But this reminds me of the Terminator, and I've told this story before when I took my son to see it. I think it was Terminator 2 or 3, I don't know, but it was the Terminator. It could have been the first one. We stood in line a very long time, and he was very excited about it. And I didn't see any other, I call us ink spots when we're in a situation where the majority of the people are European, and we were the only two there, and we stood in line and we got in, and I'm looking at this movie because I'm not into that, and he was, and so I just took him on a date so he could see his thing. And I'm sitting there, and then the whole movie, I'm just going to give you my take on it, is they have this scientist who's supposed to be the greatest scientist in the world. And in most movies, when you hear about scientists, we're not talking about one scientist. It's normally a team of scientists that, creates either the worst disaster or the best cure. But anywho, she was looking for the scientist throughout the whole movie, this European woman. And we get to the scientist's home after they find him. He's hiding under a clear table. And then she's going to take out the scientist, and her son, who was, I believe John Connor was his name, JC, was going to save the world. And boy, if you think that didn't tickle me, and I laughed so loud, and I have a very loud laugh, and I just said, these people are hell. They are really cold-blooded with it, because I saw that, and I'm just looking at the movie. I didn't see none of the stuff all those people, and maybe they saw what I saw. And my son was begging me to be quiet because I was laughing so loud and saying these people are hell. Boy, it's just, they want us to believe that you got this whole world and the only person scientist is this Asiatic man. And then you got the European woman coming to destroy him while her European son rides and saves the world. Those are the kind of images that we grew up with. Those are the storylines we grew up with. We didn't see heroes that looked like us. When we did have great movies, they were what they call black exploitation, and they were exploiting us, and we were all pimps, hustlers, dope dealers. We couldn't be doctors and lawyers and CEOs. I tell y'all, when you see my videos come up, you may see a lot of the Korean or Chinese movies, because I've been watching them like crazy. It's almost an obsession to me, because I really love the underlying message that's there and what they're showing and giving their children. All their children are geniuses because they know the condition of the mother when she is carrying the baby. The better she is calm, cool, and taken care of, the more ingenious your children are going to be. We create them to be who they are, and our condition matters. I really wished people sometimes could see what I see, and I know that that's just fantasy island thinking, and some people do. Most people don't, and that's okay. I just want it for everybody. When you get something that's good, you want everybody to have it, and if you're a giver and if you share, and then if you believe and it's enough for everybody, it's just how you get there. Okay, let me go back because I'm going too far.
Did not then share. So that's our topic. Sure.
So let me read this from Whitaker, and then I'm going to compare this to certain types of crimes called inchoate crimes that all prosecutors and all judges know. And you be the judge. You let me know if you think this kind of amounts to it. I'm not saying that the Brady violation was a crime, but does this fall within the same kind of category of inchoate crimes? Not in that it's a crime, but that it's an attempt at something inappropriate or wrong. So first I'm going to read this just so that we have the context again. This has been a long-running and multifaceted proceeding. Challenges have been myriad and formidable. Frustrations may have been mounting while fortitude was waning. A needle in a haystack is not only sometimes difficult to find, but also easily overlooked. The court does not attribute bad faith to anyone on this issue. And yet, as soon as Copeland joins the June 10, 2024 in-chambers ex parte meeting, he states, "I have never been truthful a day in my life until I just made this statement right now." Copeland may have little credibility. He may speak in hyperbole, but the fact remains that for a defense attorney, this nugget by a key state's witness is gold. So when the prosecution not only did not reduce this statement to writing and produce it, but also asserted in court filings that the defense had no entitlement to know the contents of the ex parte proceedings, this amounted to suppression, whether willful or otherwise, of what was objectively Brady impeachment material. I'm going to pause here. How can you say willful or otherwise? If they're telling you we didn't tell you this because you didn't have a need to know, that's definitely willful. It's not accidental, right? Let's continue. Now, she might say otherwise as in maybe they didn't know it was Brady, but they still willfully held that back, right? If they didn't know it was Brady, they still willfully held it back. Let's continue. The defense now knows this statement and indeed of all of what occurred during the June 10th ex parte meeting. The contents of the meeting were ultimately revealed during the course of trial and in time for the defense to utilize it. So the failure to produce / suppression of this information does not technically amount to a Brady violation, but the fact that a violation of a defendant's constitutional rights has been averted does not, under these circumstances, provide cause for celebration. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce you all to the idea of inchoate crimes. Inchoate crimes are crimes of attempt, okay? I'm going to read from ChatGPT. We're going to get a definition of inchoate crimes. So let me read. I'm going to now follow me here, right? These are actual crimes. Again, I'm not saying that the Brady violation amounts to a crime. What I am saying is that the attempt to do something wrong itself is something wrong. Here, Whitaker is treating the attempt to do something wrong, as long as the wrong itself is averted, the attempt to hide what happened during the ex parte meeting, as long as some kind of way it is brought to light at some point, then, we averted a disaster. Yeah, maybe we did avert a disaster, but within American jurisprudence, attempt at wrongdoing is often considered wrongdoing in and of itself and can have harsh penalties in and of itself. So inchoate crimes, also known as incomplete or anticipatory crimes, are offenses that involve actions taken toward committing a crime, but where the crime itself has not been completed. In other words, the crime is averted, right? The three primary types of inchoate crimes are attempt, like attempted suppression of Brady material. This occurs when an individual takes substantial steps. Now, mind you, they are all within this RICO trial. They are going to be arguing that YSL took substantial steps toward committing crimes. This occurs when an individual takes substantial steps toward committing a crime, but ultimately fails to complete it. They tried to suppress the material, but they were not successful. This is attempt. For example, attempting to rob a bank, but being stopped before entering. Or attempting to suppress Brady material, but somebody forcing you to turn it over, or in fact, somebody else altogether turning it over. So then you have conspiracy. This involves an agreement between two or more individuals to commit a crime. And you have solicitation. This is the act of encouraging, requesting, or commanding another person to commit a crime. So my point here is Whitaker is treating the attempt at suppression of Brady material, the intent, the substantial steps that were taken. She's treating all of this as if it were nothing really, because at the end of the day, you did get the material. But this same judge, if you have somebody who attempted to rob a bank, if you have somebody who attempted to kill somebody, if you have somebody who attempted to commit a crime, this same judge would look at the statutes and probably even the common law history and say, okay, well, that attempt is not the crime that you attempted, but the attempt itself is a crime as well. So there's a penalty. And you know what that penalty is not? It's not watching some videos. So what did Whitaker decide that the prosecution needed to do? Like, what is their penalty? We've all heard this by now, but I'm just going to repeat it for anybody who's new to this. What Whitaker ordered, I'm going to go back to the order here. The court therefore orders as a remedial measure that the entire prosecution team working this trial submit to training on Brady and other professional obligations of a prosecutor. This training will consist of a video replay of training on this topic previously presented by the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of Georgia. The court will provide the video and the viewing will occur under the direction of the court. So imagine somebody has been charged with attempted crime, whatever it is. They were not successful because somebody else stopped them. Like, they didn't stop themselves and then turn back from the crime. They were attempting to commit the crime. They were attempting to do something wrong. Somebody else stopped them against their will, basically, because their will was to follow through with this crime. And then someone else stopped them. They were caught, and they go to the judge, and the judge says, oh, so you were attempting to steal that car? Okay, look, good thing you didn't actually steal it. Well, I'm going to sentence you to watching this video about why you shouldn't steal cars. I mean, just imagine this. Imagine this is a full-grown adult who's accused of a crime, who's been working in an industry where they know full well not to do this. They have, decades of experience in their life saying, hey, don't steal cars. They're caught by somebody else trying to steal a car. And when it's time for sentencing, the judge says, look, good thing you didn't actually get to steal the car. So why don't we sentence you to watching a video about not stealing cars? Again, I'm not saying that the Brady violation was on the level of a crime. So that's not my point. People will say it's illegal. It's definitely unlawful, but I don't know if I want to use the word illegal. But it's inappropriate, it's wrong, and the sanction being something so light, I think is a joke. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that perspective to everybody. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and tomorrow's a big day, so we'll see you back for the next one.
I thought that was pretty interesting. What about you guys? We're going to close it out, but we're going to close it out on Woody. And these is Kenneth Copeland, because the big thing is tomorrow. This will determine how this case is going to either how this case is going to end or how this case is going to keep going. It's going to be based on Woody. And what he's going to do, he told the judge when she asked him on Friday if he's going to be testifying on Monday or would he be pleading the fifth, and he said that it's according to how he wake up. And so we'll find out in the morning. They have bets on this. I'm sure it's probably in Vegas. It's very interesting because he's been able to live a celebrity life here these last 4 weeks since becoming the number one witness in the case, and the performances that we're about to witness that he gave when he did decide to testify. And it's really something to note and to think about, and just know that when our children are going through this in our cities and our states, they're not given the benefit of anything. And they don't even have the counsel that can fight the fight that these people are fighting. And that's why we need to just educate ourselves the best way we can. But let's see here on Woody. star witness, and this is going to determine the outcome tomorrow, if the trial goes on or not. And of course, y'all know this is Law and Crimes. All of these videos that, like I said, that I showcased tonight, they're in the description, and you can go check them out at your leisure.
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know what. No, I guess I don't.
A man who goes by the nickname Lil Woody might be one of the most entertaining witnesses we've seen so far in the RICO trial against rapper Young Thug out in Atlanta. And that's saying something. We have some of the top moments from Kenneth Copeland's testimony over the last few days. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Hey there, everybody. This is another Law and Crime legal alert. Have you experienced severe gastroparesis or other side effects after taking Ozempic or another GLP-1 weight loss medication? The Ozempic lawsuits allege that the drug can lead to severe intestinal blockage and persistent vomiting, and that manufacturers allegedly failed to provide adequate warnings about these risks. Well, True Law, one of our legal sponsors, is helping those injured file a claim through an experienced attorney who helps ensure your claim is thoroughly presented. Visit glp1case.com/sidebar to answer less than 10 questions and check your eligibility to file a claim. Since the state's star witness Kenneth Copeland took the stand in the trial of rapper Jeffrey Williams, also known as Young Thug, and his co-defendants, there has really been nothing short of absolute drama. But honestly, what do you expect in this case with all of its twists and turns? I'm talking, of course, about the case where Atlanta prosecutors allege that Williams is one of the founders of YSL, or Young Slime Life, which they claim is a criminal street gang that has been terrorizing the city. It's part of a wide sweeping racketeering, or RICO, indictment where Williams and his co-defendants are charged with numerous crimes. The defense says that this is just a record label and there's nothing more nefarious that's going on. Now, this trial has been a little bit of a circus because, for one thing, it has been going on for what, almost a year and a half? And by the way, almost a year of that was jury selection alone. Well, now, one of the witnesses that we had been anticipating and that we were looking forward to hearing from was Kenneth Copeland. He had been mentioned many times in prior testimony and was seen speaking with police in an interrogation tape that leaked online. He was supposed to be a star witness for the prosecution because he had previously told investigators that Williams was connected to criminal activity. But if prosecutors thought they were going to have pretty solid evidence in the form of Copeland's testimony, or it was going to be smooth sailing, they were disappointed. Why do I say that? Well, Copeland, who also goes by the nickname Woody, or Lil Woody, was very uncooperative from the beginning. Before he was even called to the stand on Friday, June 7th, his attorney announced to the court that he didn't want to be there and he didn't want to testify.
I just got paid $60,000 for my car crash from using this app on my phone. And I don't know if you could see this, but it's called the Case Connect Compensation Calculator right here. And it's for $60,000 and I'm about to go cash it. For those of you that don't know what Case Connect is, it's one of the largest settlement payout companies in the world. They developed this app that has helped over 140,000 people get paid huge checks after their car accidents. The app asks you 4 simple questions, then compares your car accident to millions of other accidents. Then it can tell you instantly if you qualify for a huge check like I got here. The first time I learned about this was 3 years ago from Angelo. So Angelo was in a bad car accident, lost his car, lost everything, and the insurance companies weren't trying to give him a cent. Angelo shared this video that went viral of him using the Case Connect app and getting a $120,000 check for his car accident in only 3 months. Unfortunately, I was actually in a car accident. I was stopped at a red light and some distracted driver crashed into the back of my car. I hurt my back, back, totaled my car, and to top it all off, I had lost my job since I had no way to get to work. Luckily, I saw Angelo's video and I said I should try that. So I clicked the link to the app he used, and within a few seconds, it told me my accident qualified for a huge check. Fast forward to 60 days, and here I am. I was able to replace the income from my job, pay off all my bills, and I got a new car. So I shared the app on my page with a video like this, and Tina used it. She ended up getting a check for $140,000. Then I shared it with Tyler. He's my friend who got in an accident, and he got $183K with the same app. So the best part about all of this is that it is so beginner friendly, and I want to show you how easy it is. So you click the link I put in this video, go ahead and click it now. You answer 4 simple questions, then within seconds, it tells you if you qualify for a huge check. Then it can connect you with a Case Connect specialist who can get the money for you for free. That's what I did. And honestly, just a few years ago, I knew nothing about car accidents and what to do. I didn't know how easy it is to use the Case Connect app to get a major payday and get my life back on track. I probably would have called a random attorney, and we all know that they're just out there to screw you over and take your money. So I'm so glad that I saw Angelo's video. And Tina, she knows nothing either and is terrible with technology and got paid $240K. Then Tyler, who was so skeptical because the insurance company told him they'd only give him $5K. He ended up getting $183K. That's $175K more without ever having to deal with the insurance company. So this really is for anybody who has been injured in a car accident. All you need to do is just click the link below and answer just 4 simple questions. And within seconds, you'll know if your car accident qualifies for a huge check like this one here. And there are Case Connect specialists that can get that money for you for free. And the truth is, I've had thousands of people that have watched this video that you're watching, and they have been able to get huge checks like me, Angelo, Tyler, and Tina. Imagine that feeling of a huge amount of money hitting your bank account and knowing that you made all that happen on your own. Okay, so I want you to be one of the car accident victims that are taking advantage of this because not many people are doing it yet. All right, so just click the link, answer 4 simple questions, and see what your car accident qualifies for. Good luck. Make sure you share this video with your friends and family who've been injured in car accidents so they can get paid major cash too. Click the link below. I hope this helps.
Case Connect, Case Connect. Hit the link down below and get paid a check. Case Connect, Case Connect. See how much you can get in 30 seconds or less.
Did you know you could be entitled to a 5- or 6-figure payout if you were in a traffic collision within the past 2 years? Yes, even if you weren't the driver. Just click on the link around this video to discover how much you're entitled to.
Hey, we getting more commercials than we getting movies, or did I go back? Let's try to see what's going on here.
Fill out a free 30-second quiz and you're done. Because if you've had to miss work or been hurt by a motorist in the past 2 years, you may be owed money and you don't even know it. It could be a 5, 6,
Testify.
So, Your Honor, Mr. Copeland is here. I can state as his attorney that he intends
took the stand in the trial of rapper Jeffrey Williams, also known as Young Thug, and his co-defendants. There has really been nothing short of absolute drama. But honestly, what do you expect in this case with all of its twists and turns? I'm talking, of course, about the case where Atlanta prosecutors allege that Williams is one of the founders of YSL, or Young Slime Life, which they claim is a criminal street gang that has been terrorizing the city. It's part of a wide sweeping racketeering or RICO indictment where Williams and his co-defendants are charged with numerous crimes. The defense says that this is just a record label and there's nothing more nefarious that's going on. Now, this trial has been a little bit of a circus because, for one thing, it has been going on for what, almost a year and a half? And by the way, almost a year of that was jury selection alone. Well, now, one of the witnesses that we had been anticipating and that we were looking forward to hearing from was Kenneth Copeland. He had been mentioned many times in prior testimony and was seen speaking with police in an interrogation tape that leaked online. He was supposed to be a star witness for the prosecution because he had previously told investigators that Williams was connected to criminal activity. But if prosecutors thought they were going to have pretty solid evidence in the form of Copeland's testimony, or it was going to be smooth sailing, they were disappointed. Why do I say that? Well, Copeland, who also goes by the nickname Woody or Lil Woody, was very uncooperative from the beginning. Before he was even called to the stand on Friday, June 7th, his attorney announced to the court that he didn't want to be there and he didn't want to testify.
So, Your Honor, Mr. Copeland is here. I can state as his attorney that he intends to exercise his Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. He does not wish to testify in this trial. And I would ask, there is no other, he's not on bond, he's not on probation, there's nothing like that. I would ask that he be allowed to leave this courtroom without being compelled to testify.
Okay, now the prosecution had given Copeland what's called use immunity. And that means that whatever he would say on the stand during this trial couldn't be used against him legally. Well, at least by the state. It seems there's some concern, maybe on Copeland's part, about whether he could end up with federal charges. But anyway, putting that to the side, when you're granted use immunity and the court compels you to testify, you really can't plead the Fifth anymore because your right against self-incrimination is essentially protected.
What's your pleasure?
Say what?
I said, what's your pleasure, sir? Do you wish to give testimony? I know you don't want to give testimony in this case, but you've been given immunity in this particular circumstance, use immunity. So are you going to testify?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mr. Copeland, good afternoon. Do you want to be here?
Ma'am,
Do you want to be here?
I'm here.
Okay. Are you going to let me ask you some questions?
Okay.
How old are you?
Grown.
Okay, what does grown mean?
I'm an adult.
Okay. And when you say you're an adult, what number in years are you?
I plead the Fifth.
Mr. Copeland, given the fact that you have invoked your Fifth Amendment privilege, but the state has already given you immunity under 24-5-507, this court holds you in willful contempt, and we'll see you on Monday. And we'll see if we can get some more testimony at that point in time. Take him into custody.
Yep, Copeland was held in contempt of court and he was taken to the Fulton County Jail for the weekend. He was back on that Monday, and this time he at least answered questions, but getting the answers that the prosecution wanted was a little more difficult. I mean, even on basic questions like, how old are you, or where did you go to school, proved to be complicated.
And when you were younger, did you go to school?
Yes.
Where did you attend school?
I don't know. I went to a lot of different schools.
Okay, what are all the schools you went to?
I don't recall all of them.
Oh, just tell me some of them.
I only know one, Slater.
Slater, is that elementary school or middle school?
Elementary.
Why you don't remember what middle school you went to? Did you go to middle school?
I think I did.
How long did you go to? Did you finish middle school?
Relevance. Overruled.
Yeah, I think.
Okay. Did you go to high school at all?
Yeah.
All right.
By the way, let me give you some context here. According to the prosecution back in 2015, several of the YSL defendants were involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas, also known as Big Nut, an alleged rival gang member. Now, Shannon Stillwell and Diamante Kendrick, two of Williams' co-defendants in this trial, they have been charged in connection with the shooting, and Williams himself is accused of renting the car that was used in that alleged murder. The prosecution, they needed Copeland to confirm that he knew these men, but even that was like pulling teeth.
Can you take a moment and look at those pictures? Please look at those pictures.
Do I have to look at them?
Yes. I'm going to start first with Stacy Exhibit 350 Yankee.
Texas homeowners, we want to buy your house fast without you having to pay for any costly repairs, inspections, or expensive realtor fees. Not only will we buy your house, but we're so confident in what we do that we guarantee to get you the cash that you deserve for your home in less than 30 days. On top of that, we'll cover your monthly rent, mortgage, and any moving expenses that you have during the process. So if you're looking to sell your house quickly, without the BS and without any lowball offers, click the button below. Answer a few questions. It takes about 15 seconds and you'll get a fair, legitimate cash offer today. So if you're ready to stop wasting your time with realtors that only bring you tire kickers and investors that only give you undervalued lowball offers, then click the button below to get a cash offer for your property today. Our process is fast, it's easy, and it's hassle-free. Simply click the button below, answer a few questions, and receive a fair cash offer for your home. Thank you, and we look forward to speaking with you soon.
I chose St. George's University School of Medicine because at the time that I wanted to go into medicine, they were the only university that was willing to give me that chance.
Stacy Exhibit 350 Yankee.
I recognize myself.
Okay. Do you recognize anybody else in 350 Yankee?
Myself.
Do you recognize anyone else in 350 Yankee?
Their faces covered up.
Okay. Do you see someone's face who's not covered up in 350 Yankee?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recognize who that person is?
I can hardly tell.
Okay. Is that Shannon Jackson? Your Honor, at this point in time, I'm turning to impeachment. Do you know someone by the name of Demekion Garlington?
Street name.
Little D.
For sure.
How do you know Little D?
I didn't birth him.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I almost birthed him.
What prosecution team bring it just, this is mind-boggling. We're looking at this in modern time, real time, and the alarm has not gone off.
You almost birthed him?
Yeah.
Tell the jury, what do you mean by that?
That mean he my son.
Okay. And let me ask you this. Do you know another person who's referenced as Little D?
What you mean?
Do you know someone who's called Little D from Cleveland?
Oh, I heard of him.
You heard of him. Okay, we'll talk about him in a moment.
You said what now?
Tell me who you recognize in 380 Yankee.
Oh, me and Coco.
Who's Coco?
The ugly boy right here.
Okay.
And the prosecution also needed to connect Copeland with Williams himself. So they tried to get Copeland to give evidence of their friendship, but Copeland appeared hesitant.
My question is, when he was not in the studio and you hung out with him, where would you hang out with him at?
We used to do fun stuff, like go to like bowling alleys and stuff like that. He went to the kids' football game, I remember. I've been to the club with them. I've been on shows, correct that.
You said on shows?
Yeah, like when I watch him perform.
All right.
Now, Mr. Copeland and his testimony, or lack thereof, it had a bit of a ripple effect. Why do I say that? I say that because according to Williams' lead defense attorney, Brian Steele, he was told that the judge, the prosecution team, Copeland, and a stand-in attorney for Copeland were all part of an ex parte meeting, which is when they meet secretly in the judge's chambers, one-on-one with the judge. The defense is not present. And the defense argued that this was highly improper to have a private meeting with a sworn witness when they had no idea this was going on, especially when some of what Copeland allegedly said, namely that he would confess to being responsible for the murder of Thomas, or that the judge and prosecutor allegedly pressured him in that meeting to testify or face jail time. The defense said that that information we should have been privy to. Now, Judge Earl Glanville only wanted to know one thing from Brian Steele. How did you find out about this? How did you find out about this meeting? Steele wouldn't give up his information. He wouldn't give up his source. He cited privilege, that doing so would violate the Georgia bar rules. And so an angry Judge Glanville held him in contempt of court. He originally was supposed to report to jail this weekend to begin a 20-day stint over the next 10 weekends, but he was granted a reprieve by the Georgia Supreme Court, and he won't have to go, at least for now. We actually did a whole sidebar episode on this with some really great insight from Ben Shue, the lawyer for Johnny Depp during his defamation case. I encourage everybody to check that out if you want to learn a little bit more about this issue. But back to Kenneth Copeland. Caleb Bumpus was the stand-in counsel for Copeland's regular attorney who had gone out of town. And the allegation has surfaced, and based on Judge Glanville's statements in court, he seems to suggest that she may have been the one who told Brian Steele about this ex parte meeting. Now, she and Copeland will have to appear at a show cause hearing in a couple of weeks to determine if they should be held in contempt of court. Well, after all of this chaos surrounding the ex parte meeting, Copeland decided he didn't want Ms. Bumpus to represent him anymore.
Sir, Mr. Copeland, is it your desire to release your counsel at this point in time?
She's fired.
She's fired? Okay.
But according to Ms. Bumpus, she had already been fired before Copeland even testified. As you can see, this trial has been one surprise after the next. So now let's go back into Copeland's actual testimony. Assistant District Attorney Simone Hilton asked him to elaborate on the information that he had given to investigators during that interrogation in 2021 that I had mentioned. At the time, Copeland, a convicted felon, had been found with a gun during a traffic stop, and he was facing a 10-year sentence, but instead told the detectives about past crimes and crimes that he said were going to happen. The video, as I mentioned, was leaked online, and in it, Copeland also talks about Jeffrey Lamar Williams and how he would be willing to help get a confession from him. But a frustrated Copeland told Hilton he just told the investigators what they wanted to hear.
Did you tell myself and my colleagues, Ms. Love and others, about Little D and Shannon being in your vehicle the night of the murder?
Huh?
Yesterday, did you tell myself, Ms. Love, and a few of my other colleagues that Little D and Shannon were in the car with you the night of the murder of Diamond Thomas?
I told you and them that what I told investigators in June, when Nut got killed, something different because I was trying to finesse my way out of a situation. So I said, I picked up D and Shannon. D never told me nothing. I made it up to clear myself up. And that's it.
And was that yesterday that you said that? Did you tell us that yesterday, what you just said?
You asked me to be truthful. And I didn't, and I told you. What I told the investigator back then wasn't me being truthful. So I'm telling you something that I didn't tell them because I ain't trying to go back to jail.
I got it. But I asked you was yesterday. The first time you said this part, and now what you're saying today is what is truthful. What you're saying right now, what you're trying to tell the jury right now, is what you are now saying is truthful.
What I'm trying to tell you is our conversation was about something that I said in the past.
I understand. I'm asking you.
I asked that Mr. Copeland allowed to finish his.
Okay, all right.
I'll tell you what's up.
Mr. Copeland, you need to finish your answers?
No, I need a break, Your Honor.
Say again?
I need a break.
If you're a Godfather Part 2 fan, by the way, it's very Frank Pantangeli. Michael Corleone did this. Michael Corleone did that. Sure, why not? Anybody, by the way, if you're a fan of the movie, honestly, that's not a bad impression. I encourage everybody to tell me otherwise. But anyway, so Copeland, let's go back to him. He says he doesn't remember much of what happened in that interrogation.
Do you recall what Thug said in 2015 to Kel?
Yes.
Yes, you remember what Thug said?
I don't recall what was said. I don't remember what was said. Okay. I don't remember me talking to the investigators about it.
All right. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that when Kel got on the phone, that Thug said the beef ain't over with until you pay for my window? You shot my window.
Yes.
Yes, you remember telling Detective Gaither that?
I don't remember what I done told the police.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Are you just saying yes now to speed up your questioning?
Most definitely.
Okay.
Oh my God. I just won $60,000 for my car crash from this app from my phone. I don't know if you could see it, but it's called Case Connect Compensation Calculator.
I cut the sound down, but we're going to let them have the commercial because we can't speed it up or fast forward it. So I just cut the sound down, let the commercial play so that they can get their commercial. We don't have a lot left on that video, and I'm really getting tired of the commercials. That's why I pay for premium, so I don't get commercials. But I understand that, you know, we have commercials on our videos. That's how we get paid, and these people have so many commercials. It's really almost sickening. If you guys want to go on and see to the end of the video, which we have a couple of more instances, I'll be more than happy to go on and play it. I appreciate the three of you for being in here with me to watch this, but this is really getting to be much.
I know I ain't complete school, but I think I'm speaking proper English. I told you, I don't recall nothing I said to no police. You keep sitting right here asking me the same question over and over and over and over and over. I'm tired of it. I'm drained.
Okay. Well, if you would just answer the questions properly.
I am answering the question. You asked me, I said yes, yes. When I say yes, you ask me the same question over and over and over and over and over.
But did you just tell the court or this jury that you're saying yes just to move the process along?
I think I said it loud and clear.
So again, will you just answer the questions and we can move the process along?
You keep asking. Okay, yes.
And while his answers were not quite what Prosecutor Hilton seemed to be looking for, from a viewer perspective, you really couldn't look away.
Did Thug ever speak with you about his relationship with Nut?
No.
Did you ever observe Thug and Nut together?
I never saw those two together. I never been around those two together. No, it never crossed my mind.
So how were you able to tell Detective Gaither that Nut and Thug was cool?
Because they're questioning me and I'm trying to get them off of me. And she asked me questions about Nut and Thug, I guess. And I'm telling her whatever she asked me, let's say she asked me a question about the sky. I'm gonna say, yeah, I seen the sky. It's blue. Whatever she asked me, I'm gonna agree to that. I'm gonna say whatever she asked me. If she asked me about this reporter right here, I'm gonna say, yep, she's sitting outside me with white tennis shoes on. I'm gonna say something. Just because I want her to believe I'm telling her the truth. That I want her to get me out of jail.
What, she has on white tennis shoes, don't she?
Don't you got on white tennis shoes? She got on Chucks.
Right, and they white, right?
What color your shoes is? Okay. She got on Chucks.
So you telling the truth?
What color your shoes is? She said they white.
Right, so you're telling the truth then?
Well, it depends.
So yes, Mr. Copeland is certainly one of the more entertaining characters that we've encountered during the course of this incredible trial, which is expected to last much, much, much longer. Just as I said, jury selection alone took almost a year, and the prosecution is only partway through its list of witnesses, and we haven't even gotten to the defense's case for the 6 defendants. But before we go, we want to leave you with another few quips from Kenneth Copeland during this week on the stand.
I can recall 2014. I've been in jail so much.
So once you heard the pop, 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 do you remember what happened next?
Yeah, I turned the radio down to see was I tripping.
Okay. And once you turned the radio down to see if you were tripping, what do you remember happening next?
Bullets hit my car. I don't know.
So you're saying you don't remember?
And after court on Thursday, Mr. Copeland allegedly posted this on Instagram. Job, I'd seen on your application you said you never went to jail. Me, correct. I never went to jail. I was taken. Copeland is going to be back in the hot seat once again on Friday. And of course, we will have a lot of the cross-examination. So we'll be seeing more of Lil Woody in the days to come. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. Please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
With the end of Mint as a budgeting tool, you might be wondering what other budgeting apps.
Wow, we finally got through that one. I mean, that was about to take me out. I'm like, what in the world is going on here? And so, y'all, there we have it for tonight. Tomorrow is going to be a very interesting day because Woody is supposed to take the stand in the morning and let the judge know if he's going to testify. A lot of us said no, but I really think that he will. I don't know what's going on in his head, but he does understand that he can only be held for the duration of this trial and not for the entire trial. So it's going to be very interesting to see. Are you laughing at me, Regina? Are you laughing at me? It's going to be very interesting to see how it's going to play out. And so it should make Wednesday a very interesting day for us. I will be doing what you suggested, and thank you for the information. And I'll be working on that as soon as I sign out. So I'm going to get ready to leave the Tiger's Den. But of course, you know, I believe the children are our future. And that's the way we're going to go out. I want to say good night to everybody. Thank you so very much for joining us here in the Tiger's Den. If you did not hit the like button, would you please hit it for me and share it? Make a comment if you don't want to do it in the chat, just on one of the videos. And if you don't have anything to say, you can just, you know, hit an emoji. It just helps let YouTube know that we have engagement. And I certainly do thank everybody. We didn't have more than that. I seen 5 people in here at one time, but I have 18 likes. So I thank everybody who stopped by to show me some love and some support by hitting the like button for me and for watching. In the bushes, in the trees, in Belize, on the beach, on the cruise ship, wherever you may be, in the sky, I thank you very much. So I'm going to play 2 songs. I want to play Mom, and I think it's very apropos to play Mom because it also stands for fathers. They just don't have a lot of good father songs out, but the love of a parent means a lot. And some of those mothers there are sacrificing everything, their homes and everything, because this is a very expensive litigation. And to see how everybody is wiping up on all of the social medias, making bukus of dollars, and these people are fighting for their lives, and their moms and dads having to, you know, put up whatever they have to do to try to save their babies. It's really gut-wrenching to me and heartbreaking. So I ask that we all just lift them up. And we know that this is a system that is corrupt. It has always been broken since 1861. And it's not going to get any better if more of us don't do something different. So we can do only what we can do and encourage others and look for the outcome. Again, I'll say happy birthday to Dr. C. And on that note, I'm going to play A Mother's Love and then The Greatest Love of All, which I truly believe the children, we got to teach them well and let them lead the way. Goodbye. Did you know I don't want to play Family Affair? In a mother's love, you will find everything. Everything's alright. To a mother's love, you are bound. You can rest on sacred ground. In a mother's love, you are free to dream, because she sees what you can be. In a mother's love, you see the sun, enough for 2, but you're one. In a mother's love, you can feel when something hurts. You can heal. Yes, a mother's love is real. You grow because she knows to let you go. Yeah, mama. Mama, mama, mama. Mother's love. Mother's love. Yeah. All right. A mother's love. And a mother's love never lies. She believes that you can fly with all of her might. A mother's love. Yay, mama. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us who we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I failed, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of takes you to a lonely place, find yourself in love.